Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on this bright London Tech Week. If we didn't already know how important building ethical tech that people want was, students protesting outside the Ministry of Education about algorithms really hammered it home about how high the stakes are for citizens, civil society, governments, and business alike. I can't say it loud enough that now is the time that businesses and government need to move from talking about ethical technology to living and breathing it. CogX has been fortunate to bring you some of the very best speakers on these topics over the years, and today is no different. We'll explore some of the most pressing issues and promising solutions for building the tech that we want. We're shining a spotlight on designing the UK's digital twin, the importance of data and seeking justice, and we'll be joined by the UK's Minister of State for Media and Data to announce the National Data Strategy. And last but very not least, we'll be joined by Taiwan's trailblazing digital minister, who'll be interviewed by Kara Swisher. Stay with us all morning, ask questions, dip in and out, but whatever you do, don't forget to share what you've learned here today. And for our first session, which I'm actually the chair of, hurrah, I really decided to focus on the National Digital Twin Programme because almost every conversation I've had since coming back from maternity leave in March, that's not obviously been about COVID, has been this mention of what a digital twin is, whether it's personal, company-wide or country-wide. And it's an exciting time to look at how we can use technology to simulate, build, test, learn, and so on. But what I had really got worried about was that the conversations often lacked the specific look into the ethical considerations around that technology. So I thought it was a good idea to get together some of the world's leading experts in this topic, and I'm excited to introduce my panel. We have Dr. Millie Zametta, who's the head of public policy at the Open Data Institute. Prior to joining the ODI this month, welcome, Millie. She was the Senior Policy Advisor at the Royal Society, before that the Alan Turing Institute, and she's also worked in medical research. She holds a degree in philosophy from Oxford, Cambridge and York. And also Dame Wendy Hall. As you all know, Dame Wendy Hall is the Regis Professor for Computer Science, Vice President International Engagement, and is the Executive Director of the Web Science Institute at the University of Southampton. She is a CogX friend, family advisor. She's the Fellow of the Royal Society and also the Royal Academy of Engineering. She's also co-wrote the UK government's AI review and is the first ever skills champion, as well as being a member of the AI Council, which I chair. And in May, she was appointed the chair of the Ada Lovelace Institute. Thirdly, we'll have Gilbert. Gilbert heads the Operational Transformation Technologies in BT, and his research is focused on applying AI technologies. He's the co-editor of 2 books on service production management and is the visiting professor at University of Essex. He's also a member of the British Computer Science Specialist Group on AI. But before we introduce all of those incredible panelists, I'm going to introduce Mark Enzer. So Mark is the CTO of Mott MacDonald, but most importantly today, he's the head of National Digital Twin Programme at the Centre for Digital Built Britain. So if we can bring Mark on, as he is going to explain to us all what a digital twin is and what, most importantly, a national digital twin is, and how it can help us all.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the National Digital Twin is envisaged as an ecosystem of connected digital twins. But I guess what that then immediately poses the question of is what is a digital twin, just an individual one? So I guess the kind of entry level definition of that would be that it's a realistic digital representation of something real, assets, processes, or systems. But it's more than just a representation, because that could really be any old model. I think the thing that marks out a digital twin is the connection between the physical and the digital, and that connection is a data connection. So what we see in a digital twin is the model of the thing that's being modeled is fed by data from the thing that's being modeled. So it opens up all sorts of fantastic possibilities of understanding more what's going on in the physical world, but then also helping with prediction of what might happen and helping with what ifs. So you can see the benefit of individual digital twins in pretty much every part of an asset's life cycle, in its planning or design, operation, maintenance. You can kind of see how that understanding of what goes on in the physical world helps to run it better. But where it gets even more exciting is when we start to think about connecting digital twins together. And what that connection would be is a data connection. Really what it comes down to is sharing data across organizational and sector boundaries. And making those connections is fueled by secure, resilient data sharing. But where we would get to if we followed that logic is an ecosystem of connected digital twins. So that's basically what the National Digital Twin is about. But we can see it starting maybe in one sector, transferring into other sectors, connecting sectors across. So all sorts of fantastic possibilities.
Amazing. And can you give us an example of where you think the National Digital Twin could really make a massive difference, like a use case that you could see the country running at first?
There are so many use cases, and I think that what they all boil down to is about making better decisions faster and cheaper. That's really what the promise of this is, because what it's doing is taking data from the thing that's being modeled, where we can then generate insights, and those insights can lead to better decisions, and the better decisions lead to better interventions. So I think all of the use cases that we can imagine and kind of do riffs on are to do with making these better decisions.
Right.
But they can be in pretty much any part of a life cycle. So in better planning, in better design and delivery of our assets, in better operation and maintenance of them.
So could, for example, we use it for modeling to avoid another lockdown due to coronavirus, or to reduce our carbon footprint, or what are some good kind of tangible things we could hold on to while we have this conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I think a really good one to grab onto would be around the net zero and driving towards that. Because I think we can see with that it quintessentially is a systemic challenge. It can't be solved in silos, and therefore we have to break the silos. The way we break silos is by sharing information across them. And with the National Digital Twin being all about this secure, resilient data sharing across boundaries, then that's the kind of thing you need to unlock cross-sector net zero decisions. Right. And so the type of thing that you might imagine is where there are strong connections between the energy sector and the water sector, or the energy sector and the transport sector, that this data sharing across those organizational boundaries would help to facilitate better system level decisions.
Got it. That makes sense. And so let's do a little deep dive into how businesses are using sort of one digital twin rather than a national digital twin. And we'll bring Gilbert on to talk to us a little bit about what he's doing at BT and how their digital twin works. Morning, Gilbert.
Morning, Tabitha. So within BT, we are using digital twins in our network and service operations to different levels of maturity. The most advanced is the use case we have on sustainability. So BT consumes about 1% of UK's electricity. And what we have done is build a digital twin of our network that includes about 10 million equipments within our core network. And we are using AI techniques and visualization to better understand usage of energy within our exchanges and data centers with a view of optimizing them. And what we're also looking at is running scenarios, so modeling capacity management scenarios within the network so that we can detect anomalies and proactively manage the services that we offer to our customers. And then we're also looking at how best we could migrate equipment or services from legacy systems onto newer ones, because they consume old and legacy systems consume a lot of energy, as Mark referred to earlier on. So we are using the network data twin to help us do this. And more recently, we have been working with our partners to better understand how we could extend our network digital twin to include our underground, overground assets. So we're talking about the ducts, about the 14 million or so poles that we have, and then 90 odd million, 90 odd thousand cabinets that we have. How could we include them in the digital twin? And then lastly, around knowledge management. So we do have legacy systems within our estate, and some of our colleagues working on these have used the tools for a number of years, 30 years in some cases, and coming to retirement. The question for us is, how could we better leverage the digital twin to capture the knowledge that these engineers have, so that we could use for training and proactive maintenance going forward. So these are just a few examples that we are working on at the moment, Tabitha.
Got it. And Millie, if we can bring Millie on, and we'd love to hear, Millie, we'd love to hear a little bit more about your new role at ODI and how you and the ODI have been working in the digital twin space, and specifically the National Digital Twins.
So in 2018, before I joined the ODI, Treasury launched the Digital Framework Task Group, which is to help guide the development of the National Digital Twin. And the ODI has been contributing to that along the Commons track, which is around the support for information management. So it's important to note that at the ODI, we consider data to be infrastructure comparable to physical infrastructure, such as roads or, the electricity network. So in the context of the National Digital Twin, there are two really important implications of this. So one is that, as Mark pointed out, physical infrastructure generates data. And we think that data should be as open as possible. But another implication is that the data that's generated from that and the applications that are built from that data will affect how we interact with the physical twin. It's a kind of feedback loop. So it's worth bearing in mind both aspects of that. So we recommend two approaches. One is an iterative approach to building such an important thing as infrastructure. A top-down, one-size-fits-all approach might not be appropriate. You've got to maybe try a challenge approach, or do a small-scale project, a pilot here, and see how that goes and learn from it. The other really important thing is the importance of culture and behavior change in this. We don't think that a technological solution is always the right thing. It's how people feel about data and data sharing, the guidance around that will really make a critical difference here.
That's such a good point around the culture, and we so often forget that. And a good moment to bring in Dame Wendy Hall. Wendy, Wendy, welcome. We're clearly talking about lots of opportunities here. What I'd love to hear from you, the things that you think are the most obvious ways that we can capture the benefits of the National Digital Twin, but also if we could start to talk about some of the risks that are there.
Okay, so I like to frame this in the context of something people know all about today, which is the World Wide Web. I was very much involved at the beginning of the web and trying to persuade people to use these standards that Tim Berners-Lee had set out back in the 1990s. And it was incredibly difficult. And some of the things that I heard Gilbert saying was exactly what companies said back in the 1990s about using the World Wide Web. We've got legacy systems. We've got, and I'm not saying these issues go away, but I'm just saying, well, how did Tim deal with it, the World Wide Web? And the thing was open standards and getting people to agree to use a common set of standards and protocols to exchange information. And then what happened was he set it up so that anybody and everybody could create a website. And for about 15 years after, lots of people ignored that. But now you can't imagine being in, you don't exist unless you exist on the web effectively as a company or a person. And by that, I include all the apps that have developed, which we all have profiles on, the social media platforms. They've all developed because of the web. Now, 30 years ago or 32 years ago, whatever it is now, since Tim put his first manifesto up, if we'd have sat and talked about, and you're going to hate me for saying this, Tabitha, if we'd have sat and talked about ethics, if we'd have sat and talked about ethics, we wouldn't have had a World Wide Web. And it's that balance between getting on and building things and being cognizant all the time about the opportunities and threats of what you're doing. And with the World Wide Web, we weren't cognizant of the threats. I think we'd all put our hands up and say we didn't see what was going to happen. We saw the opportunities and we didn't. So I'm not arguing that we shouldn't think about the threats and the ethical issue. And that has to be set in the context that you and I are very familiar with, which is the world of AI, because this is all about the digital twin projects will be about the application of AI to data, a huge amount of data coming from many, many different sources, including personal data. So we do need to be cognizant. I do think we have to start building. And the key thing, because otherwise, if you remember that, I don't know how many you remember back 30 years ago, the first time you built a website, people copied what other people had done. And we need to get some pilot projects going. There are some already. There are very good examples of digital twins. We have to, so the priorities are working out what the technical standards and protocols are, the open technical standards and protocols that we will agree to sign up to, so that anybody can have a go at building a digital twin. And the thing that I think is missing hugely from conversation, we tend to talk about, yes, the infrastructure for the company, for the country, and in some sense, the governments are the major stakeholders there. The companies that have a lot of data, the retail, transport, energy, all those companies that are going to have a lot of data that are going to be so important to this, but also local councils. And that's my last point. There's lots more to make, but the key thing is that, and this is what I think where we're going wrong with the pandemic today, I really do, that we're not, it's all too central, we're not decentralizing enough. And we don't learn that lesson again. And anyone from government or anyone who's anywhere near cabinet office, if we don't learn the lesson again to build this in a decentralized way as an ecosystem of ecosystems, then it will fail, and it will waste a lot of time and money, and we will fail miserably. And we've seen that with attempts to create the digital health service. We see it in the what's happening with the testing for COVID and the contact and tracing app, and my worry is that what's happening is people will take this idea and say, right, we'll give a big contract to one company and they can build it for us. That won't work. People will have to take ownership for their own data in this. It can't all be absorbed into a central government office in Whitehall.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to you on that. I think it's a really good topic for us to discuss. The thing that you said, halfway through around the World Wide Web might not exist if we thought about ethics. I wonder if a better World Wide Web with less of the challenges we have today might exist, and maybe it might have taken a few longer years.
That's the sort of thing that I challenge my PhD students with, because it's that balance between getting on and building. Right, I'm at heart an engineer. Right, you may not think of me like that, but we do. I like to build things, and but also I understand hugely that you need to, because we've learned the lesson from the web of what's gone wrong, because we didn't worry about whose data was it and who was going to make money out of it and how were they going to do that, and the security stuff that we at the beginning it wasn't there.
But I think the point is that
it all has to be part of the design.
I think the point is that we've learned from the fact that potentially might not have been the best, best sort of move fast and break things approach, and that actually this time round, whether it's AI, natural digital twin, like we can build ethics in from the get-go. And Mark, that's something that you're doing, isn't it, with the Gemini principles, which have been described as the conscience of the natural digital twin. Could you talk to us a little bit about these principles, and then we will dig into them and get our panelists' view. Let's keep up the slide while Mark's talking to some of them, just so people can see.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I think that the kind of the birth of the National Digital Twin was really in a report that came from the National Infrastructure Commission a couple of years back, which was called Data for the Public Good, and I think the kind of the clues in the title of that report and that has driven the idea of the national digital twin right from the very start. So I think with that kind of guiding light of trying to use data for the public good, it seemed very sensible right at the beginning of the program to set out the values that we thought should guide us on this journey, and not to write them down as a kind of a tablets of stone kind of thing, but just to offer them up for conversation. And so I think, Tabitha, that having this conversation is absolutely ideal, because then we can make the values better that can guide us better. But we called those values the Gemini principles. We published this document a couple of years back. I'd commend it to people to go and have a look and then engage with us, because we want these principles, these values, to be of genuine use to us, and that they're under these three headings of purpose, trust, and function. And I think many of the speakers have already, in one way or another, touched on these. And I think in some ways that purpose one is most important, in that if we don't have a purpose, if we just develop digital twins or the national digital twin because we can, or because it's fun, or because the tech is available, then it won't do what it's meant to do. So it needs to be driven by that purpose. And then you can see within there the ideas of both public good and value creation. And you can kind of maybe see a bit of a tension there. What we haven't done with the Gemini principles is indicate what the balance point is between the implicit tensions. We just said it's really important that it should be for the public good, and it's also really important that it should create value. So let's have the conversation about where we want the balance point to be. Another similar example of a potential tension is between security and openness. And again, we're not saying what the balance point should be. We're just saying it must be secure, and also it should be as open as possible. So let's have the conversation about where we want that balance point to sit. And so that's kind of what these principles are. They are not intended to be kind of rigid laws. They're intended to be wrestled with and discussed and developed. But I think each one of those, if we kind of opened up each one of those doors, behind it, there's a really interesting conversation to be had.
Yeah, and before we wrestle with them and open up the doors, tell me the one about public good. Who decides whether something is of public good? Is this a dialogue with the public, or is this a set of criteria? How does that door? What does it look like behind that door?
It's a great question, and I think that's kind of for us to answer. I feel that public good should be defined by the public. But there needs to be a conversation in order to get to that point. It is an ethical matter. It's a political matter with a small p. It's something that should be the result of conversation. And it probably isn't one single answer either. There's probably multiple answers. But just by having the conversation, we're more likely to get to a place of driving towards something that is public good. If we ignore it, if we don't have it as a guiding principle or a guiding value, then we're pretty sure we won't hit that public good.
Yeah.
If I could just very briefly say on this that I think that there are competing philosophies for how data should be used. You can see data being used for public control. And you can see at the other end of the extreme, data being used for public exploitation and just kind of making a lot of money out of people. And those are kind of not what we're aiming for. What we're aiming for is data being used for public good. Because when it comes down to it is public data. This is data about our assets and processes and systems in our built environment. So it should be public data used for public good. And I therefore think it's up to us to help define what we mean by public good.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Wendy doesn't agree, but I want to come quickly first to Millie and just and ask a little bit. Millie, you spoke about culture, and I think Mark clearly indicated that this is a cultural decision for business, the government to make. How does the ODI see this coming out as the tension, or as Mark describes it, the wrestle between those different principles?
Yeah, so it's a really important point that you both raised. So I think that as Mark pointed out, that we can quickly see that there might be tension between some of the principles, but that's just ethics. I mean, that's not specific to the National Digital Twin Programme. That's just the nature of ethics, right? And there's a wonderful idea in Aristotle. Aristotle thought that there's no such thing as progress in ethics, because solutions just create new problems, right? But the value is in the struggle. The value is in trying to address these as a community, not just with good intentions, but also with skill, So being able to discuss this with intelligence, with analysis, and with consideration of the impacts is the essence of ethics. And it would be quite sort of naive to think it will ever be resolved, but it's the commitment to engaging with it in that kind of iterative, collective way that we can have hope for resilience. So yes, of course, the potential tensions between, say, public good and commercial value, also the one about value. I mean, there's different definitions of value and how is that value distributed and so on. I think from the ODI's perspective, we would say that good data infrastructure will unlock all of this, actually, because with good data infrastructure, you can innovate, business will benefit, public service will benefit. There's a kind of knock-on effects across what we're trying to achieve here. But again, you get good data infrastructure with our attitudes around data, with our understanding and confidence in data sharing, with appropriate guidance and standards. So that's the way forward that we think.
Yeah, that makes sense. I definitely liked your quote. We were losing you a little bit there, but your quote around, solutions create more problems, and we've just got to engage with this. Wendy, what was your thoughts around what Mark was raising? I saw your head nodding and shaking at different points.
I agree, of course, a lot with what Mark says, absolutely, but this is all more nuanced. I mean, we're living through it at the moment with COVID. What's the public good? And I'm not arguing that this government's getting it right, but I would not want to be this government at the moment and having to make the decisions they got to make between the balance between, health and safety, keeping people safe and keeping the economy going and stopping people falling into poverty. It's so difficult. What is the public good? And in all this, the controversy about what they announced yesterday is that actually it is up to us as well. And while we talk about ethics, I like to bring morals into the equation, because it isn't all about what government does. It's about how we behave. And, we all have, I think, a moral, incentive, imperative to behave well in the COVID crisis, right? That we all have to play our part. And this will be true in things like net zero as well. I mean, I was taught to turn the light switches off, right, in the house, because we couldn't afford electricity when I was a kid, right? And now you walk, but it's up to us as well. And it's this balance between what government does and what government regulates and what we as individuals do as part of that. And then the other thing I was sort of disagreeing with Mark on is that a lot of the data in a national digital twin project will be confidential to companies. You can't expect companies to make all their data open. They can't do that. And so as much of it as possible should be open, but there will be clearly there's a lot of personal data that's going to go in if you're talking about the health infrastructure, which would be part of and there's also a lot of company commercially confidential data and a lot of national security data that could be involved in this. We mustn't forget that element either. So I think the protocols and standards have got to be open about how you piece all this together. We've got to have ontologies and data sharing technologies. And I totally agree, data is an infrastructure. That's what we've got to think of it. But we've got to be cognizant that there's going to be a lot of confidential stuff in it. It's got to be highly secure, whatever we build. Just think also about how the electricity grid came about. I've been trying to read up a bit about this in terms of, initially electricity was for the local, the people that the power station reached, and it was the engineers that made it. You could share this stuff over a grid, and then the government had to regulate, and the businesses had to grow, and it's that sort of balance. And I just want to say one other thing, because we're edging with what Mark said towards the other cultures, as in the East and the West.
I think, should we come back to that? Because I really want to dig into that, other cultures. I think that's going to be my next question to you. But just before we move on, I want to ask Gilbert specifically around what you raised in terms of companies owning the data. So Gilbert, how do you see
No, I didn't say that, Tabitha. I said some of
companies owning their own data?
Yes.
That's what I mean. So Gilbert and I were talking about how can BT and other companies get involved in the National Digital Twin, but while still retaining their IP or still retaining the value that the company has, as well as individuals' data. So Gilbert, I'd just love your thoughts on that, and then maybe we'll come to Mark quickly, Millie, and then we'll talk about the international in a moment.
Yeah, I fully agree with what Wendy said and the point you raised there, Tabitha, because at the end of the day, data is viewed as precious commodities by companies, and a model of the data twin, it's knowledge of the company that organizations use as competitive advantage. So the question is, how do we make sure that they share this willingly? Okay, we need to look at ways, maybe newer business models to help us facilitate this. And then related to this, it's the National Data Twin is making data accessible or available to people. Okay, but the question around assessing it in terms of the digital device still needs to be addressed. So we talked about when they flagged COVID. If you look at within the education sector, those institutions who were able to provide better experience to their students weren't in the deprived areas. Okay, so how do we make sure that making the data available or the models available doesn't necessarily solve the digital divide issue? And of course, you have the whole security challenges as well with IoT and devices, sensors, and so on. I mean, that poses a greater risk, and that we need to tackle.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Millie, how do you see the ownership of and the challenge around open data, companies, individuals? How do you see this playing out over the course of the next few years?
Well, I think that unfortunately, because of things like the pandemic, we're on a steep learning curve, and I think that's going to have significant implications for how society understands the potential uses of data. And I hope that that attitude shift can be used for the public good. Now that we understand more the value of data in public service delivery as well as in innovation. But I think it's important that it's co-owned. It's not something that any one kind of community will own. So it's not something that, as you said before, the government will do by itself, or the business can do by itself, or that local communities will do by themselves. It's got to be a collective effort. And that's also what will make it sustainable and resilient. Just to come back to Gilbert, your point about the kind of digital divide and potential inequalities, I think that's a potential ongoing risk for a national digital twin. So with a federated structure, there's always the potential that some aspects of the structure will evolve at different rates than others. So how do you manage that so that it's equitable and the benefits of the framework are distributed? Is that it's not just the kind of the models that should be open, but also the insights that are derived from the analysis, as well as the data itself. And that will allow many more communities to benefit from the existence of this infrastructure. So again, that's one way in which we think the approach to this will have radical implications for the good that it can deliver.
That's a very good point, Millie. Oh dear, I think we've lost her. But Mark, I was hoping that maybe you could answer Millie's question about how you're seeing. Oh, you've come back. Thank you. We didn't lose any of your audio, so don't worry. Your question was great, and I was just throwing it to Mark and asking how you would answer Millie's question and how you're going about that in terms of building the National Digital Twin.
Yeah, one point I think on that, which would be important to make, is the distinction between making the data shareable and actually sharing it. And so what I think is a good analogy in this is the analogy of language, because at one kind of high level, we can think about these digital twins talking to each other. And the common language, the rule set that enables that, which Wendy referred to, that has to be held in common. But then it opens up all sorts of different possibilities for other people to do different things in their own time and connect it up. But you need those kind of that common rule set. So what that's like is being able to speak the same language, because if we can speak the same language, then we can communicate. But it's another matter whether we actually choose to talk to each other. just the fact that we speak the same language reduces the friction in communication. But whether we talk to each other is another matter. And it's exactly the same thing with these connected digital twins. By having this common rule set, it means that the digital twins can talk to each other.
Yep.
We choose to let them talk, and the kind of the security implications, and whether we want it to go through a data trust or whether there's a commercial transaction, all of that is another level above. Because underneath it needs to be underpinned by making the data shareable.
Right.
And that means having these common rules.
And Wendy, how I like Mark's analogy of it being different languages, and obviously different countries speak different languages and have different cultural norms. How are we going to manage the fact that different countries are going to see the ethical implications of a national digital twin differently?
Yeah, and of course the word languages is overloaded a bit here because we've got the technical languages and then the cultural languages. But I think that where we're going with this one is that Mark used the terms controlling governments and cultures that exploit, and this is partly because all this, the Silicon Valley companies that we use abuse our data and use us to make money, and and we don't have in Europe we have really no way of controlling them, and then in China, of course, from the get-go they've used the technology to. People talk about control and surveillance, and they do, but they would also argue that they use it to protect. And there's about this part of this balance of how much does the government need to look after the citizen, I put that in quotes, and how much do we all just use our own free will to do what the hell we like, the sort of California model I used to talk about, and just see what happens, which is largely what's happening in America at the moment with COVID. And it's more nuanced because we in Europe have very much a data protection view. We have very much led in Europe. And UK has supported this, the whole GDPR legislation, to put data protection for the individual first, which puts us at a bit of a disadvantage in terms of some of the innovation. And I'm not saying so. It's laudable. It's incredible. It's a principle that is incredibly laudable. But we have to balance it between when do we let people do their own thing and when do we say this is what you've got to do. And by people, I'm also mean companies as well, and local governments. That's the balance as I see going forward in all of this. How do we make that balance work for the good of all of us? And we have to keep the dialogue going with the different cultures. I think as an island we can do a national digital twin project. That's why I'm quite excited about it.
Yeah, me too.
And are looking to do it in ways that big, huge countries will find much more difficult. Yeah, and then we can spread the goodness, maybe.
Yeah, that I think would be a good thing. And there's been a question from the audience, which is around asking whether we can talk a little bit more about how we could use the national digital twin and digital twins in companies like BT for the net zero goal. Gilbert, how has BT been looking at being able to use your national digital twin to help the overall country's net zero goals?
Yeah, Tobias. So we own one of the largest fleets in the country, about 29,000 vehicles in our fleet, and we are working on transitioning them to electric vehicles. Okay, once that is done, of course, we need to work out a way that these electric vehicles, will be able to discharge electricity back into the grid. Okay, there is a concept of virtual power plants at the moment where you have aggregators who then sell back into the grid. And we believe that if you look at organizations that have fleets such as ours, or even in smaller on smaller scales, would be able to come together and push something back into the grid to help hit net zero ambitions. Yeah,
it's really interesting to see that. And Mark, how do you see your process working with what Gilbert's doing?
Well, what I really like about that that response is because you can see the value of digital twins being used within a company context, and that should be very much encouraged. And so, for example, you can see digital twins of individual assets being used to optimize operation and minimize energy use, and that's good, and that helps drive towards net zero.
Right.
But then there's also this point about the cross-company and cross-sector information sharing that enables more systemic decisions to be made. So you can kind of see digital twins being useful as individual digital twins, but also as federated digital twins. And we're probably all familiar with just how interconnected things are. And in fact, I think that amongst other things that COVID has taught us is just how much of a system we live in, a system of systems. Everything is connected to everything else. And therefore, if we have a hope of getting towards net zero, we have to recognize that system and apply tools to the system that are competent for solving system level issues like net zero. And so, just as a small example, if you look at the connection between energy mix and water resources, which you think, well, those are separate, they're run by separate people in separate companies doing separate things. But actually, it's really heavily connected, because quite a lot of water resource is used for cooling in energy generation, but then an awful lot of energy is used in wastewater treatment. They're connected. But that connection is going to get more interesting, because you see things like in dry years, we might need to use desalination, which uses an awful lot of energy. But then also we might move towards a hydrogen economy, which needs water in order to generate hydrogen. So it's like, it's all connected. And how on earth can you start to make these kind of complex trade-offs from one sector to another unless you have a competent approach to sharing information across those sector boundaries? And that is kind of where this federation idea, getting the interoperability, getting the connection between digital twins, where it really can come into its own.
Right. It's really helpful. There's a slightly different approach. There's a question here, I think for you, Millie. Well, definitely, I'm going to ask you to comment on it first, but it links to the question I had around how do we define public data for public good. And the audience member has asked whether we could use a citizens' assembly approach in a similar way to the ODI has done for data trusts. And I'm just wondering whether you're looking at a citizens' assembly approach, and whether and how that works, and whether you think this would be a good idea.
Well, I think just one thing I'd like to clarify about the area as a whole is we advise against the notion of ownership in relation to data. So again, back to Mark's point about the language, we prefer to talk about stewardship, which is the work that we've been doing around data trusts. So we think that we've got to take an approach that's around, say, rights and responsibilities, rather than data assets and controlling those assets. So that will underpin anything that we do in this space.
Can I ask Millie? So I know companies are talking about how they value data on their books, right, as an asset. Mm-hmm. How does that match with your view there? I mean,
but it's not either or. I think for a company's operating model, it might think about its data assets in terms of the value that it might generate for its business, and that's also in terms of its kind of responsibilities around that data, say data protection and so on. But that's also consistent with infrastructure, for example, and that's how we're viewing the national digital twin. So it can be both an asset in a kind of organizational term, but also something that an organization stewards in the context of, a national infrastructure.
I think that's great. This is a really important thing to discuss, I think, because we can't. There's something coming out of Europe next year where they're talking about companies donating data for the public good, and a sort of corporate social responsibility around data that we must watch with interest, which plays into what Millie said.
Thank you both. We've got one minute left, and I just want to come to you, Mark, and ask two things that you can share with the audience. So there's a question here: where can people look if they want to dig deeper and find out more about different use cases around digital twins? And then secondly, how can they get involved? Are you going to do a citizens' assembly? How can our audience get involved in this?
Yeah, we'd be really keen for people to get involved in this. So a direct way to get involved is through the DT Hub. This is the Digital Twin Hub, which we've set up to really bring together people who care about digital twins, those who are developing digital twins, those who have products and services to offer into digital twins. So it's a rapidly growing community. The DT Hub already has 630 members. So that would be a really good place to go. And then when it comes to engaging more broadly, then I think it is partnerships with organisations like the ODI that really bring value to the programme. And so Millie mentioned earlier on the Digital Framework Task Group, whose purpose is to bring together government and academia and industry so that we can pull together in the same direction. So I think this is the kind of thing that we would want to explore. And maybe for me to follow up directly with Millie.
I'd love that. And we're going to have one final word from Millie. Fine, 30 seconds.
Yeah, so I've seen a questions come in from Tom. Could the panel dig deeper into a couple of examples? Oh, no, sorry, that's a previous one. Are there any unique ethical challenges presented by the National Digital Twin Programme, or does it just magnify the challenges typical for any data-intensive system? I'd say, but it also magnifies the opportunities, right? It magnifies the benefit and the value. That's why we do this, and that's what we should focus on.
Yes, Millie, I love it. Thank you all so much. That's exactly where we should end this. I will see you all soon. And just a big round of applause. The whole audience is round of applauding. You just can't see them. See you all soon. Thank you. Bye-bye. Gosh, that was a really awesome session. So next, we are going to introduce the minister. So we have the Minister for Digital and Media, John Whittingdale, up next. He will be talking to us about the National Data Strategy. I look forward to being part of this conversation because, as you'll see at the end, the Minister asked us all to get involved in the consultation. So I will hand over to our pre-recorded Minister, and I'll see you all afterwards. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to what will be one of the most important events to take place during London Tech Week this year. I wanted to be part of today's event as the theme, an ethical approach to innovation, is such a crucial issue, one that the UK has to get right if we are going to unlock the full value of data. Firstly, I want to thank the host, CogX, for organising this event, and to all the speakers who have and will contribute to this important discussion. We have already heard about the potential of digital twins and the ethical implications of these digital mirrors, and we will also hear about how we can harness data to tackle bias and exclusion, how data can be used to hold a mirror up to society. It is clear that we need to ensure that data and data-driven technology are a force for good. This is something that this government has been thinking very carefully about over the last few months. COVID has illustrated just how important data is, and we need to ensure that responsible, secure and ethical data use is seen as an opportunity to be embraced rather than a threat against which to be guarded. Let me give you one example to illustrate the power of data. In the early response to the pandemic, there was an urgent need for clinical trials to be faster and more efficient whilst remaining ethical. The recovery trial was set up in a matter of days to meet this urgent need. Patient data made available through electronic health records played a crucial role in identifying and enabling individuals from across the UK to take part in this trial. 12,000 patients from 176 NHS hospitals were enrolled. Within 100 days, the trial identified the world's first coronavirus treatment proven to save lives, dexamethasone. This was adopted in the UK on the 6th of June. And this is not a standalone case either. The fact that the government, businesses and organisations were able to share vital information quickly, efficiently, ethically and securely during the pandemic allowed us to function, to work from home, to educate our children, to shop for groceries and to connect with loved ones during an unprecedented global crisis. The pandemic has shown us just how much we can achieve with data. It's shown us the art of the possible. This government wants to make the most of this moment, and earlier this morning, the Digital Secretary announced that the DCMS has published a new national data strategy, an ambitious pro-growth and pro-innovation declaration of intent for the use of data in the UK. A strategy that seeks to maintain the high watermark set during the coronavirus and build on the lessons we learnt during this crisis. A strategy that will meet the challenges of rapid technological change across our society and economy and equip us with the tools to unlock the enormous promise of better data use. And most importantly, a strategy underpinned by the idea that everyone benefits when data is used responsibly and that withholding data can negatively impact society. This work begins by making an in-depth assessment of what enables and prevents us from making the best use of data in the UK. We are already a leading digital nation, but there is much room for improvement with respect to data. We have identified 4 core pillars of better data use that we must address. Firstly, we need to get the basic foundations of data use right. We need data to be collected and stored in standardized ways that can work across modern, future-proof systems, and for that data to be of sufficient quality. Secondly, we also need the right mix of skills to make this happen, from the foundational capability to work with data throughout the entire workforce, through to engineers and analysts with specialist technical expertise. We must support the development of these skills both early and later in life. Thirdly, it means very little to have good quality data if it cannot be accessed appropriately. We need to do more to make data available through better coordination and sharing across the public, private and third sectors, as well as internationally. Finally, as we drive innovation and research, we need data use to be responsible and underpinned by trust. That means collecting, storing, using and deleting it in a way that is lawful, secure, fair, ethical, sustainable and accountable. The UK already has a head start in living these principles through its well-respected data regime and government initiatives like the Data Ethics Framework. The pillars that we have identified are key to unlocking the power of data for the UK. But to rise to this challenge, we have identified 5 missions that we must prioritise now. To unlock the value of data across the economy, we must set the right conditions to make it usable, accessible and available, while protecting citizens and businesses appropriately. Our first mission will be to develop a clear policy framework that will tell us what government interventions are needed to make this happen. Secondly, we will build a data regime that drives growth for businesses of all sizes, supports vibrant competition and innovation, and builds trust through high data protection standards that avoid unnecessary barriers to data use. Next, we need the benefits of better data use to be felt throughout our public services. We will drive major improvements across government by developing common data standards and interoperable infrastructure, building world-class skills and leadership, and increasing understanding of the benefits of data. With data now a critical part of modern life, our fourth mission is to ensure that the infrastructure underpinning it is safe, secure, and resilient. The infrastructure that data relies on is a vital national asset, one that supports our economy, delivers public services, and drives growth, and we need to protect it appropriately from established, new, and emerging risks. Lastly, we must recognise and make the most of the vital role that international information flows play in driving supply chains, trade, and ultimately growth, as well as international cooperation and research, as seen over the course of the pandemic. The UK should be a global champion of data use, and we will promote best practice, both domestically and internationally, to ensure data can be used to its full potential. Taken together, these priority actions will build on UK's strengths to boost the better use of data across businesses, government, civil society and individuals, driving growth and productivity, improving our society and public services, and positioning the UK as a leader of the next wave of data-driven innovation. We have an obligation to meet this ambition, and government cannot do it alone. Better data use is an interdisciplinary cross-sector endeavour. As we move to the nuts and bolts of making the strategy come to life, we will dovetail our efforts with other government initiatives, such as those on smart data and open data, and with the development of the digital strategy. But while this document is a framework for the action this government will take on data, a truly national data strategy will require activity, focus, and engagement beyond government, and we need to work together across society and the economy to make it a reality. It is not the final answer, but part of a conversation about the way we support the use of data in the UK, and I urge everyone with an interest to engage with us as we consult on this vision and begin to implement it. Following this consultation, we will bring forward proposals early next year outlining the next steps. Looking ahead, it is important that UK businesses that receive personal data from organisations in the EU take steps to prepare for new rules around data protection. But in general, it's time for a mindset shift about the way we talk and think about data. From something companies and businesses are worried to use to something we have to justify not using. Because data not only helps us innovate more and grow our economy, it improves and saves lives. And we all have an obligation to make the most out of using it. Thank you, and have a great London Tech Week.
And I'm looking forward to being part of that conversation too. Thank you very much, Minister. I hope you all watching get involved in the consultation as well. Follow the handle DCMS, the Twitter Digital Culture, Media and Sport department, to get instructions of how to do that. Next up, we have a session about Black Data Lives Matter. So I will see you in about 2, 3 or 4 minutes, and I will open up to our chair over there. So just 1 second, don't go away, and I'll see you in a minute. Thank you very much. from the national data strategy to what happens when underrepresented groups are missing from data. It wouldn't be CogX without Carly Klein and Ada Lovelace's team, and we're incredibly grateful for their support and love nothing more than brainstorming what the most important topics of the day are. And clearly today they've hit on a really crucial discussion. And so I'll hand it over to Carly, our chair, for the next session. Thank you very much, Carly. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Excellent.
Hi.
Thank you, Carly. I will leave you to it and I'll see you at the end. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. Thank you for having us. And thanks all for joining us. I'm really thrilled to have the opportunity to host this discussion today, which we've titled Black Data Matters. And we are really fortunate to be joined by some real experts in these issues. In particular, Dr. Zubaida Haque, who is the Deputy Director of the Runnymede Trust, and Dr. William Isaac, who is a researcher at DeepMind. We also had hoped to be joined by Sir Ian Diamond, who's the National Statistician. He's having some technical difficulties, so we hope he will arrive once conversation begins. So we are having this conversation at a time where we've experienced in the last 6 months at least two very fundamental ruptures or shifts. And of course, one of those is COVID and the pandemic and the kind of ripples of effects that is having on the economy, society, our health, and our nation. And the other, of course, is the Black Lives Matter movement and the renewed attention that has given to structural racism and structural injustice in this country, in the US, and beyond. And from the perspective of AI and data and technology, those two ruptures are intersecting in really interesting ways and raising a whole range of different questions. COVID, of course, the response to the pandemic has created a really urgent need to use data and technology to develop vaccines and treatments and optimize resources and understand the epidemiology of the virus. And so that's elevated data science and AI development in the eyes of policymakers and promised a lot in the way of how technology can be used to address the crisis. At the same time, where we have a forthcoming recession, we have very serious economic impacts, and we know from previous economic downturns that technology, AI, data-driven approaches can be used these types of crises often incentivize the use of data-driven technologies to find efficiency savings wherever possible. So we're going to be seeing a real shift in that direction, a lot of investment in innovation and growth to counteract the impacts of the crisis. And then we have, on the other hand, this movement around Black Lives Matter, huge recognition to existing structural inequalities and the history of racism in this country. And in technical circles in particular, increasing recognition of how that pervades technological advancements, how it pervades AI, and how data itself is not apolitical. So we have these evolving understandings of how technology and AI and data can perpetuate structural inequalities and how data itself can be political. So all of this is happening against a background of increased investment in innovation and AI, and the National Data Strategy launched this morning. One of the three missions was how do we support a pro-growth economy? So real emphasis on technology and growth and innovation using data. But at the same time, this recognition that we have, there's real potential for data and AI to exacerbate structural racism and structural inequalities. And so we wanted to convene this conversation to ask, how do we use AI and data and technology to undo structural racism? And to what extent is data a key part of that problem? And in particular, does missing data sets, data representativeness or data representation exacerbate problems with racism? And is that the whole picture, or is data just only one part of the solution to overcoming racism in technology and in AI? So really fortunate to have people with real expertise, deep expertise, but also differing perspectives on this and differing disciplinary backgrounds. I want to start with Zubaida, who wrote a really provoking article very early on in the pandemic in the Huffington Post, in which she called out the lack of data on ethnicity in official statistics, which were then coming out, this is at the start of April, on deaths from COVID. And we subsequently learned, of course, about the disparate impact of the pandemic on Black and minority ethnic communities in this country. But early on, we weren't getting that data through. And so just to kind of lay the framework for this conversation, Zubaida, I'm wondering if you could talk to us, how important has data and missing data been to the response to this crisis? How has it been used by government as part of the pandemic response? And where have the gaps been around data collection and mobilizing that data for the pandemic response?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carly. And it's fantastic to be here. I was really pleased to be approached by this, because we have really interesting conversations to be had about what missing data means, but also why it matters what kind of data you collect in the context of algorithms. Now, as Carly rightly raised, at the beginning of this pandemic, Runnymede Trust, which is a race equality think tank that I work for, it's a national race equality think tank in England, we noticed straight away that while there was some evidence from the odd organization outside of government that there was some disproportionality in COVID-19 serious illness and deaths, there was nothing coming from government raising the issue of disproportionality in COVID-19 serious illness cases and deaths. And we were highly alarmed by that. And once we looked into it, we realized it's because there was no real data that they had or that they were sharing that illustrated that there were issues. So immediately we started asking questions about that data. We were concerned, for instance, that while the NHS was asking questions about who had coronavirus, can you fill in these surveys, can you tell us a bit more? None of that data was disaggregated by ethnicity. So there was no way of identifying whether there was disproportionality or, if you like, racial inequalities there. We were also concerned that, generally speaking, in this country, that death certificates are not disaggregated by ethnicity. And that meant that it would be highly difficult to identify who died of what and what ethnic background they were from. And all of that matters because it comes down to something very basic and simple, which is that if you're not collecting data by ethnicity, if you're not asking questions about racial inequalities, then it's as though it doesn't exist. Because what's essentially happening is you're not measuring the problem. You're not measuring whether there is an issue. And that's what we came down to. So we did work very, very hard with public sector authorities, with the media. We tried to work with government to raise this issue. And thankfully, the government started to listen to us, and ONS started to produce some of that data.
And so I think that's a really important question about not measuring. You said there's been some movement in terms of measuring the disparity of deaths. What about other factors that feed into unequal health outcomes around, for example, you talked in your article about overcrowding, which disproportionately affects communities from Asian and Black backgrounds. Are we seeing the right data being collected and linked into the pandemic response? Or is there still a focus, a more narrow focus on disparity of deaths, for example, but a failure to recognize the importance of collecting data more broadly?
That's an excellent question, Carly, because if you don't count it, then it doesn't exist. If you don't count positive tests, all the different kinds of positive tests, then it's as though it doesn't exist. If you don't count long-term ill health, then it's as though that's not an issue with COVID-19. Now, one of the things we pointed out, or if you like, is generally an issue, is the issue of what kind of data. People think data is just about numbers. First of all, it's not. It's also, especially in terms of racial inequalities, about people's qualitative lived experiences about racism, because this is a fundamental issue about racism. Racism and structural racial inequalities is not easy to measure. We don't have the historical data that's measured it, which is why, for instance, algorithms are a problem, because algorithms are based on historical data, but also whenever we have data that's collected by ethnicity, it treats ethnicity as though it's a biological issue, as though it's a biological explanation. And what we were trying to show is that the reason Black and ethnic minority people were much more likely to be seriously ill from COVID-19 and to disproportionately die from COVID-19 is because of the circumstances in which they lived in. It was the kind of areas that they lived in. They tend to live in highly deprived areas. It's the kind of accommodation, housing they tend to live in. It tends to be sort of damp, poor conditioned housing. And it's the fact that ethnic minorities, but some Black and ethnic minority groups disproportionately live in overcrowded housing. Now, all of that means that social distancing is more difficult during COVID-19. It means that self-isolation is more difficult during the context of COVID-19. And it means that transmission is much more likely when you are put together in that sort of highly dense environment or accommodation. And none of that was being taken into consideration, nor were the issues about key workers having to use public transport, but the government didn't mandate face masks taken into consideration. Now, all of these factors, if you like, are outside of ethnicity. But because Black and ethnic minority people disproportionately live in particular kinds of areas, particular kinds of housing, and work in particular kinds of jobs, all of which expose them much more to COVID-19, but also mean that they're much more vulnerable to COVID-19 infection and transmission, then it means that you're not only not measuring how COVID-19 is being spread among Black and ethnic minority groups, but also means that you can't address it. If you don't count those things, then you can't address the problem.
So critically important. I think this is a great time to turn to William, because one of the challenges of data-driven technologies, algorithms, and AI, and I think in this conversation we probably use some of those interchangeably, acknowledging that general AI is a long way from an algorithm, but let's just kind of use a bucket term. It struggles to take into consideration societal context, because it is about ostensibly using objective statistics data to develop predictions, for example. How can we think about how qualitative information needs to feed into AI? Is that an achievable thing? How do we think about context, values, power in the context of AI? You wrote a really fascinating article recently on decolonizing AI, and you talk about how all of these factors are relevant to the development of this mathematical discipline. Can you talk us through, perhaps, William, from a starting point, can you talk us through how structural injustices and racism play out in a technical sense in AI, and where they arise in the pipeline of AI?
Yes, thank you, Carly, for having me. I think this is a wonderful discussion, and I'm glad we're having it because it's very timely. I think, I guess, to start, I think, I guess, as you mentioned, the kind of bucket term of like, AI, machine learning, or kind of simple algorithms, just as a simple premise, basically have two components, right? You have some model, some computational model that derives a particular output, and you have a data set that in which it's based on. And I think there's a tendency to kind of ascribe a lot of responsibility on the data side of that equation to understand where the potential harms might be. But I think if we step back and we kind of look at the kind of like pipeline in which, a particular algorithm or application of machine learning or AI has an impact on the world, there's kind of three components, right? There is the data set, right, which I think was previously mentioned, can actually represent kind of historical harms, and some of my work previously on predictive policing addressed some of those questions. There's a second bit about the algorithms themselves, right? Algorithms are designed by humans, and they have specific intent and goals in mind, right? We have a task that we want to apply machine learning to, and we want to get an answer or insight that spits out of it, right? But that question could actually further exacerbate societal harms. And so in and of itself, that represents a different form of bias beyond just the use of the data, the historical data itself. And then lastly, we can think about the application. Who is a particular application of machine learning being applied to? right? So it's usually like, a group or a subset of the population, or even if it's the population at large, right? There are harms that could be present in that way as well. And so to kind of step back and ask this question about, well, how do we incorporate qualitative data? I think there is, this question of why. I think when we are looking at a particular data set, we might be able to see correlations in the data set. So most of machine learning is examining correlations between features in a model, but the question is not whether these correlations exist, but why do they exist? Are they theoretically? Yes. Are they theoretically valid, and do they reflect the lived experiences of the communities that are going to be impacted by it? Because it's not always easy to kind of just ascribe a sense of kind of causality between two features and say that this is true. And many times when you're deploying machine learning, you don't actually take that opportunity to engage with those why questions. And I think it's really important if we're going to begin to have a more robust and more, kind of diverse or holistic understanding of how machine learning impacts communities and how we could actually steer it towards socially beneficial outcomes, is to incorporate both sets of knowledge. And I think as previously mentioned, right, this is often heavily discounted, or in the worst case, where people just ignore the data set or these data points altogether in regarding to race, which I think, oddly, I think in the machine learning community has been largely kind of pushed aside, because the idea that you can get what they call fairness through unawareness is actually just not a tenable scenario. Because in many cases, right, even just from a machine learning standpoint, right, if you have potential biases that are kind of driven by differences between social groups, even removing that particular data will just transfer that correlation into the model itself, right, into other features. So even just saying we don't want to use race because it might be potentially discriminatory, well, that doesn't remove the effect of discrimination. It will just pass on the model through other variables. So so just on a basic level, right, this is a key kind of point to understand that, you do need to have the capacity to measure and understand data, but to do so, you need to understand why you might see certain patterns, and ultimately making sure the communities are involved in whatever kind of deployment and design decisions are being made.
And whose responsibility is that, William? Where in the kind of whole pipeline do people have to step back and ask why? Should the developers of AI applications or algorithms issue their products with a warning, and then it's the users themselves who have to ask the why questions, or is it the responsibility of the researchers and computer scientists to resolve these questions?
I think all the stakeholders have a responsibility to ask these why questions. I think as researchers and developers, I think there is a kind of, not just a kind of mandate, but I think there's quite a bit of kind of general consensus within the community that asking these why questions are important. And I think there's increasingly a wide set of tools to begin to start doing this. So things like model cards are a kind of way of systematically kind of allowing the researchers and developers to ask why questions when they're putting together or potentially releasing a particular machine learning algorithm. But just like with everything else, when you're deploying things out in the world, other stakeholders matter as well. I think, governments and, public agencies who are thinking about using machine learning need to ask these questions during procurement. Right, the communities themselves need to be engaged in that process and should be posing why questions to policymakers to understand why they want to use machine learning, what are the benefits of it, how transparent and accountable will these systems be. So I think all the stakeholders involved have the capacity to ask this, but I think there will be different forms of how we get to those questions with different mechanisms and different stakeholders.
Let's talk about a kind of concrete instance of government procuring and deploying an algorithmic system. In this case, an algorithm, not necessarily in the kind of AI bucket, which is the recent A-levels algorithm, which caused, of course, a lot of kind of scandal here, and was eventually withdrawn from by Ofqual. Hopefully most of our listeners and viewers know about this, but the regulator for education used an algorithmic system to determine or predict the results, A-level and other results of students across the country in lieu of exams which weren't able to take place because of COVID. And to William's point about testing for and optimizing against protected characteristics and racial disparities, that was actually undertaken in the design of the algorithm, and yet still we saw disparate impacts on children who attend particular schools, mostly in vulnerable areas. And that was because, and I don't want to get too much into the technical details, but in some ways the algorithm, certain things became proxies for disparate vulnerable communities and vulnerable groups, including class size, for example, which, larger class sizes generally exist in more lower socioeconomic areas, which would translate to certain demographic in the classes. So we saw a disparate and unfair outcome, even though some of these things were thought about in the design of the algorithm, which in some ways really illustrates how complex this is. So Beta, do you want to talk a little bit to how you saw this playing out and whether you think it's a problem of data? Is it a problem of models? So William spoke us through how there's kind of the data question and the model question and then the application question. Where did the problems around racism arise in this process, and how could it have been done better?
There's quite a lot packed in there, Carly, but very good questions. I think it is important. I think it's important for us to talk about concrete examples in order to really explain how discrimination can become embedded into a system, but also into an algorithm. And if you like, the exam scandal, the GCSE, which is the 16 plus, and the A level, which is the 18 plus exams, really illustrated how algorithms can be deeply harmful, deeply insidious, and also perpetuate social and racial inequalities. At the beginning of COVID-19, Runnymede also realised that once the government said that exams were going to be replaced by an assessment system based on previous predictions, that was going to be an issue for Black and ethnic minority groups and for students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. We know from historical academic data as well as government data that, for instance, that teachers themselves have witting and unwitting biases towards particular groups of students, but we also know, and that's an issue for Black students, for instance, there's many issues in relation to that, but we also know that historically students from deprived areas who were high achieving students tended to be scored much lower. Now, this was all raised. Now, what we found in this exam scandal was that this algorithm, which we talked to Ofqual, the exam qualification board, about, we said to them, the problem with the algorithm is that it's based on historical data, that it wouldn't take into account all the inequalities of historical data. It wouldn't, for instance, there were issues around class sizes and so on. All of these issues were raised by ourselves and many other organizations, but Ofqual insisted that they were taking into account these historical inequalities. But at the end of the day, what happened is we had a crude algorithm model that essentially rewarded achievement where it was expected and ignored achievement where it was unexpected. And that's exactly what algorithms do. Algorithms, you can't blame algorithms. I know Boris Johnson tried to blame the algorithms at one point, but you can't blame algorithms because it's exactly how they're designed. So they do exactly what they were intended to do. But the problem is they do perpetuate racial inequalities in that way, just like the exam scandal did, because it didn't take into account behavior that hasn't previously been seen. And that's because it doesn't take into account it's aggregate level data. It doesn't take into account students who are not predicted to do well, but then do well. And that was extremely unfair on students in schools that are from deprived areas that may have historically not done as well. But I want to bring in another example, Carly, about how harmful and insidious algorithms are and why, as with both ways, is the issue of accountability and transparency in algorithms. And that's because if you think about it, at the moment with policing, there are lots of algorithms wandering around developed by private businesses on how to predict criminal behavior, how to predict crime, and more importantly, how to predict criminals. And of course, you can imagine the police jump at this stuff. I don't know who watched Minority Report, but this is the stuff of Minority Report, which is if you can predict crime and if you can predict criminals, then wouldn't that be an excellent thing for society? But here's the problem. A lot of those algorithms are based on individuals' first encounter with the criminal justice system, individuals' first encounter with policing. But this is the issue. We know from historical data, we know from well-documented evidence from the criminal justice system that Black and ethnic minority people and Black people in particular are much more likely to be stopped and searched by the police because of racial discrimination and because of racism. Now, what that means is that if they're much more likely to be stopped by police, and at an earlier stage, we know that it starts with very young with Black children, that means that they have, if you like, that they have contact with policing early and they have criminal records early, which means that any algorithm which is based on that will only perpetuate that. So we need a system, as Carly rightly said, which raises questions about that accountability, which raises questions about what that algorithm is measuring, what it's not measuring, what it's not taking into account, and so on. But we also need a democratic conversation about that.
William, from your perspective, what Zubaida just talked about in the context of algorithms in policing and criminal justice, does that mean that there should be domains in which we shouldn't use AI at all, or algorithmic systems, because we just simply can't rely on data sets being equitable, because they are in domains which are so clearly pervaded by historical racism and structural injustice? And policing is a great example. We've seen over the summer facial recognition becoming really beyond the pale in some circumstances, and even some companies stepping away from it. You know, should we designate certain domains in which we shouldn't use these types of technologies?
So I think that, I guess I will slightly dodge the question of specific moratoriums, but I will say that I think there's a lot of things before you even get to a moratorium that need to be considered. So I'll take, I think Zubaida made a great good point about policing, and I'll kind of mention my kind of prior life before coming to join DeepMind. I did extensive work evaluating predictive policing systems for racial bias, and I think one of the fascinating things about not exploring not just the algorithm itself and the effects that it might have when using it in practice, but actually the kind of ecosystem that's involved with actually a community kind of developing and testing and then deploying a machine learning system, right, is that many of the checks and the things that you want to evaluate actually don't happen. And so I think even before we get to the point where you say, well, there's some areas that we just shouldn't use, we should actually just even have rigorous standards for evaluating systems, making sure those results are transparent, and then actually having a public discussion about whether or not they should be used. I think having those pieces in place would actually largely kind of surface these questions about whether or not a technology is applicable. And I actually kind of if you look at both the case of, predictive policing cases, use cases in the US, facial recognition cases, both in the US and elsewhere, right? A lot of what has driven this response is saying that these technologies cannot be used in these kind of instances is because we actually got data that showed they're not actually one, that they are biased, but then two, which I think is a much more crucial point, they're not actually effective at doing what they claim to do, right? They don't do what's on the tin. And I think that's actually even more damning than actually just the questions about bias, which goes back to my point of what are we designing systems to do? Right. The goal of designing systems to predict criminality, to predict where crime is going to occur. Right. It might seem tractable because we have this historical data, which is laden with biases, but also on its premise is just it's a really hard concept to actually do when you're thinking about it from a machine learning perspective. Right. And I think that's actually, part of the challenge is I think now that we've actually seen this in practice, we've seen the results of it, people are saying, well, okay, maybe we don't need to, but we could have avoided what I think is the real problem is the actual harm that's conducted, right? So like in the case of, both the kind of A-level algorithm, whether it's predictive policing or others, right? We only learn these lessons after they've been deployed in the world and people have been harmed. And that's not really a good system for how we should engage with machine learning or algorithms in general, right? These issues, while there are, it's difficult to capture every potential impact that might happen that's negative, but at this point we know quite a bit about where we think these systems are, what their capabilities are, and like where we should roughly use them and not. And we were developing better methods for how we should evaluate them. But the question is that process transparent? So I think there's a point of we're kind of harms in our potential biases in algorithm surface, but did the public get to have a conversation about that and those results made transparent so other people can verify the veracity of them? And I think that those are the points I would really like to focus on. And I think it goes back to this point about participation and engagement and public engagement with impacted communities, because in many instances, right, these algorithms are generated and then deployed, and communities are unaware that this is going to be something that might significantly impact their lives, and they have no say in how they're designed and how they're used. And I think that is probably the point where we need to start. So before we go to moratoriums, we need to really have an engagement with how these communities want to use technology. And because it may not be for every algorithm, but I will say in some cases, right, the edge case of whether or not it's applicable or not might really depend on if there are other non-algorithm mechanisms. Do you have a right to redress? Do you have a right to evaluate? Do you have the right to be able to have independent audits? There are other mechanisms that should be in place before we can say we have a robust ecosystem to handle these kind of technologies.
William, sorry, do you mind if I come in here?
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you, Carly, because I think William has raised really, really important points about the fact that the one thing we don't talk about is the really harmful, potentially harmful impact of algorithms on people's lives, how it can exclude them from the financial participation of life, from every aspect of life, whether from employment. Employment applications are decided sometimes initially by algorithms. We know that the grade exams, educational success was designed by algorithms. We know that criminal justice system is to some extent, with predictive policing, it's all determined by algorithms. We know recently about the visa scandal with this government, where it was basically described as essentially a door for just letting in white people. That was all designed by algorithms. Now, what that's telling us about algorithms is algorithms can be not only extremely harmful and insidious, have a huge impact on determining the outcomes in people's lives, but also, and this is really important, there's often no recourse. There's no recourse to action. There's no recourse to rectify the implications of that algorithm on your life, because basically people argue that algorithms were created by a machine, by an unemotional machine. It's neutral data. There's no bias there. It's only just counting the data. And I think that's why it's really important to hear what William is saying about the fact that we do need people involved in that discussion about how algorithms are designed, what they do, in what aspects of our lives we apply them. And it's because of the consequences of them. Now, the other thing I was going to say is, I don't think it's an either or issue about do we have algorithms or don't we? There are certain benefits to algorithms in terms of speedier process and so on. So I think we need to look at it much more, if you like, in a much more nuanced way, and look at what the benefits are. But also, it's a bit like what we say about stop and search to the police, which is don't see it as the only tool to do what you want to do. Don't see it as the only tool to stop crime. But in the same way, algorithms should not be seen as the only tool to address complex societal problems. There are many different kinds of data, and more importantly, there are many different ways of keeping public authorities, private authorities, people responsible for the outcomes in our lives, much more to account.
I think you've touched on a really complex part of this conversation, I think, Zubeda, which is algorithms also tend to grow into an outsized thing, which was what saw Boris Johnson calling it a mutant algorithm, as if it was an independent, gremlin walking down the street. In the context of the A-level scandal, in fact, it was a very standard set of kind of statistical modeling that I think in many respects would have been perfectly acceptable. And in fact, they went through a very rigorous process in some respects to do an equalities impact assessment and measure it against protected characteristics. I think what was missing was the public trust in the system and a real sense on the part of Ofqual of how individual injustices would play out and would be perceived, and how that would impact public trust as a whole. We've seen in some research we've done at the Ada Lovelace Institute, local authorities using predictive risk scoring systems in ways that have been quite beneficial during COVID to identify vulnerable communities and really make sure that support is getting to the right place. And so there are clear benefits from using these systems in certain cases. But the deficit in public trust and the harm that's been done through scandals such as the A-levels, it makes it a real uphill battle to try to make the case for those, I think. And I'm wondering, Zubeda, in particular, I know I've read things you've written about, just, the real dearth in public trust on the part of Black and minority ethnic communities in certain parts of government, even in the health system, people seeking help from the NHS. There's a real fear of encountering racist treatment and potentially a real trust deficit, which even stops people from seeking medical help in the first place. What mechanisms can we use to try to reassure, in particular, marginalized communities, Black and minority ethnic communities, that they can trust in public systems that use technology? I know that's a huge question, and maybe the answer is there's no kind of silver bullet for that. But is it, for example, is it a question of diversity and leadership, for example? Is it about seeing more representation in the types of policy institutions that are deploying these types of technologies? Or is it, as William said, about community involvement at a very grassroots level? So bringing people in for impact assessment, getting them to feed into these processes before they're even deployed. Are there tools that we can draw on to try to improve that public trust?
That's a great question. Once again, Carly, you've packed in quite a lot there.
Yes, right. There's about 20 questions in that one.
20 questions, but I like them because they're important questions and they're good questions. So, can I say once again, and I hope this isn't seen as a cop-out, but actually it's not an either or. It's all of those issues. The way to rectify inequality is not through just one area or through one issue. It's to basically come at it systemically, because structural inequalities is a systemic problem. If it was just one issue, it would be easy to solve it with a magic bullet, but it's a systemic problem. So it does require more representation in decision making. It does require more Black and ethnic minority people in decision making, people from deprived backgrounds, people who understand what the lived experiences of people in poverty, on lower socioeconomic incomes, the reason they make the decisions that they do. People who understand those lived experiences are going to be better at designing systems that don't exclude people from marginalized communities, but also take into account all their varied circumstances. And that's very, very important. Now, I want to say a couple of things, which is, it's not just a question of the data that we have. It's not just the question of whether we have missing data or the right data, because actually you can have all the data that you need. Well, actually, you can never have all the data. It's endless data, but you can have a lot of data. You can have what you consider to be comprehensive data. But if the government lacks the will, the political will to make social change, if the government lacks the political will to address racial and social class inequalities, then that data can just be ignored. That data can sit on the shelf. And so right now we have a system at the moment where we have a race disparity unit, We have a race disparity unit that Theresa May set up in 2016 because she rightly pointed out that unless you have the data disaggregated by ethnicity, you won't know if racial inequalities exist. If you don't measure it, then it's as though the problem doesn't exist. So she rightly set up this unit that collects data across all the public sector areas, criminal justice, education, employment, health, and so on, and said, what we're going to do is collect that data. And what our motto will be is that public authorities either need to explain why any racial disparities exist. Let's take in school exclusions, where we know that Black children are disproportionately, Black and Gypsy, Roma and Irish traveller children are disproportionately excluded. Either public authorities need to explain why those racial disparities exist, or they need to change it. Now, that was a great system. But the problem is since Theresa May, the government, Boris Johnson's government, have shown no political will to change that. They have all the data in the world, but instead of using that data, instead of using all the previous quantitative and qualitative evidence in commissions that they themselves commissioned, they've set up a new commission. And that's why Black and ethnic minority people that's why they don't trust that the government will look after their own interests in terms of detrimental impact of policy on their lives. We've seen that through the Windrush scandal, but we also see that now. And that's partly because, just to finish, it's partly because we've got issues when it comes to Black and ethnic minority people. We've got issues where that harmful things can happen to them because of neglect, because they haven't been protected, because they've been overlooked, because they've been ignored. But harmful things can also happen to Black and ethnic minority people in democratic societies because policies have been implemented, like the hostile environment policies, which basically didn't take them into account and which made things much worse for them.
No, that's a great point. I'm going to turn back to William just for one more minute and then we have to wrap up. But I mean, this has brought us nicely back to the original question, which is, do we need more data? Is it missing data on, in particular, Black and minority ethnic communities? That is the problem. Or is it something else? Zubaida has weighed in heavily on the side of it being political will. Is that where you stand as well, William?
I guess I'll take a more, a nuanced approach. I would say that, on the one hand, you can never have enough data to demonstrate like racism. You could have endless data, and I think to the point, without political will, we won't manifest and change. But I don't want to pit this as a data versus political will or political engagement as like the kind of balance between you have to strike in trying to get change. I think you need both. And I think particularly when it comes to data, as we've seen in many instances, right, at least in the context of machine learning, that good timely research and data collection, it can actually change the discussion by surfacing harms and giving ammunition to the cause of political change. And I think I would say that I think we do need to strike that balance and ensure that having an understanding of what the harms are as important for advocating for change. And I think with the caveat that in the pursuit of collecting that data and doing that kind of analysis and research, that we don't further exacerbate those structural inequalities and racism, right? I think there is a way of going about it that can actually be complementary or advance the rights of social justice, but at the same time, there are ways of doing that can be very extractive. And I think we need to make sure that, but as all stakeholders involved in the process, that we are engaged in this in an effort to surface the lived experiences of those communities. And I guess it's kind of always reminds me, I think sometimes when we just say the words data, that we kind of lose the meaning of it, right? Every single item in a record in a data set is a lived experience. It's a story of someone's life, of a moment. I think, as Zubaida said earlier, a police-citizen interaction, right? There's a story, right? We compile this and aggregate this to try to tell a much broader story about the lived experience of people or a community. And I think in a lot of respects, by trying to do that in an abstractive way, ignoring the actual lived experience and just trying to get the aggregate kind of numerical representation, right, we lose a lot. And I think to this last point, to link it back to my work on decolonial AI, right, part of that disentanglement, right, is in partly intentional, right? Like it is to disentangle the lived experiences of people, right, from the numerical representation, right, is a power that some communities and groups get to have versus others, right? And I think if we're really going to engage this process, we really need to think about who has that power to make those judgment calls and who doesn't, right? Who gets the ability to construct new data, new variables, new forms of information, right, in prediction, and who doesn't. And I think that is ultimately the question that we will have to face as these technologies become more capable and they are embedded further into the society.
I mean, a perfect way to wrap up this conversation. That was fantastic. Thank you, William. And I really encourage others to go and read William's paper, Decolonizing AI, because it goes into this in a lot of depth. We are out of time for this discussion, but we are going to have a short break and then have a Q&A session that begins at 11. And if you're interested in putting some questions to William and Zubaida, I'd really encourage you to join us. But thank you so much, both of you, for what was a really fascinating discussion. I would be remiss if I didn't mention just before we finish that there has been a poll that you have all as audience members participated in. The question was, do you think algorithmic bias can be separated from the humans that program them? And we had 26% of people saying that they do think bias can be separated from the humans, but 74% saying no, which is a somewhat kind of negative note to end this conversation on. But I think that if we've done one thing today, we've really explored the complexity of that. And I've really appreciated your thoughts. So thank you both. I will hand back over to Tabitha now.
Thank you all so much. I'm quite concerned about the 31% of people that think they can be separated. But that was a great session, and I hope that all 31% of those people go and ask you questions and figure out the answers to why they think that. So, what a great session. We, as Kai said, head over to the Q&A room, and you can ask those questions, and we will start looking at our next session in 12 minutes. So I will see you right back here. I'm just going to go get a glass of water. Thank you very much. So welcome back. Welcome back. Today, this next session, we'll look at the A-level algorithms. It's been a sobering few weeks. We've watched the fallout from the A-level grading, and we're still discovering what errors were actually made to create this perfect storm of injustice. And the tech community has voiced many concerns. We are worried about the further fallout that's going to be felt to come, and what exactly did happen. Where do we go next? And maybe most importantly, how do we ensure this never happens again? Our expert panel will dissect the news, their points of view, and the farthest reaching implications of the situation. And your trusted guide to this topic will be Chair Alex Dunn, founder of Computer Says Maybe. She's also the author of a field guide for grant makers on how to fund tech, so check that out. But before I hand to her, I want to let you know that sadly our youth voice, Athian Akek, a youth MP, sadly emailed this morning saying that he can't make the session due to teachers needing him to work on a school project, which rightly so, we told him, definitely get on with doing that and don't join us. But I'd be very remiss not to say that this means we have an all-white panel, which goes against the CogX Code of Conduct. However, with Athian, we discussed and we believed that together with the other panelists, that we thought that as long as we acknowledge the missing voices in this important conversation, we should go ahead and have it. So over to you, Alex. Are you there?
Thanks, Tabitha. And yeah, it's not an ideal composition of a panel, and we recognize that from the outset. And I think, like many conversations that have been taking place on this issue, we really wanted to ground and center our conversations in the youth perspective. There's a lot of young people across the country that have been seriously affected by how this has all unfolded. And I think before getting sort of swept up into the technical aspects of how we could have done better, we should be ensuring that we're having deep engagement with young people who should have been at the center of this design from the outset and clearly weren't. So it's unfortunate that we weren't able to have Athian join us. That said, once we kick off, I'll share some of his perspective from his writings and from another sort of youth leader within the movement that's been talking very, I think, clearly and morally about how we should be having these conversations. But to introduce the panel before we get started, we have three panelists with us. The first is Stian Westlake, who's the CEO of the Royal Statistical Society, and we also have Corey Kreider, who is a founder of Foxglove Legal, and Dr. Sophie Bennett, who's a data scientist specializing in ed tech. And I'm really pleased that you all could join. I think this is going to be a very engaging conversation about something that has been sort of a slow motion and then very fast motion train wreck. So it'll be good to sort of have some time to unpack how, from your different perspectives and expertise, sort of how we see this issue and how it might inform future work in this area. But before we kick off with the three of you, I wanted to take a moment to share two quotes from young people who have been directly affected by this issue, and I think speak incredibly eloquently about how we want technology to engage in ways that affect us deeply, and how we don't want technology to engage in those ways. The first is from Larissa Kennedy, who's the new president of the National Union of Students, and she puts it very succinctly and very powerfully by saying it's just been an utter shambles. The government dug their heels in despite the fact that months ago, alongside many others in the sector, said this would happen, and that Gavin Williams should have owned up to the grave error much earlier on and admitted that this was completely unjust. And Larissa has been working on two primary campaigns, as she describes them. First and foremost, that we need to start thinking about what a fully funded, accessible, democratized education system looks like and the role of students at the heart of that. And I think that is a sober reminder of how we should be thinking much more holistically about these issues rather than in very narrow sort of technical senses. And then the second quote is from Athian Akek, who wasn't able to join us this morning. He's a youth MP from Camden. And as he describes it, He says algorithms are going to decide more and more the shape of our lives in the near future. The A-level results debacle has revealed sharply their capacity to deepen the classism and racism that exists in our society. The injustice of algorithms is not always clear. We sometimes never know how they're affecting us, how they're designed, and by who. This means our capacity to act when they're hurting marginalized communities and reinforcing inequality is severely reduced. It's vital we pressure corporations, governments, and other groups to be democratic and cognizant over their capacity for injustice. So I wanted to sort of start there as just a moral framing and a political framing for how this conversation is taking place in a much broader sort of societal level conversation, and not just because of COVID, because of a lot of other social justice movements that are rightly highlighting systemic issues that we should be addressing as a society. And that sort of leads me to my first sort of question, and sort of want to tee you up, Corey, because I think societal level moral perspective is hopefully codified in law, and the perspective that lawyers bring and sort of regulators bring to this conversation is a really important place to start in terms of what we think is acceptable as a society. And I'd love to hear from you about, I know you heard from a lot of students as Foxglove Legal was sort of navigating how it could best help from a legal perspective in this situation, what you were hearing from students and sort of how they were sort of viewing these issues. And then secondly, sort of how you see the role of law and the role of lawyers and the role of regulators in this space, given that it feels kind of like a wild west right now.
Great. Our first view on the ground came from Curtis Parfit Ford, the A-level student from Ealing, whom we teamed up with at Foxglove to bring the judicial review against the grading algorithm. He did fine out of it, but the mood he described in his comprehensive school in Ealing on the day that the grades came down was absolutely chaotic. As you can imagine, maybe many of you can think back to when you were yourselves an A-level student standing on the precipice of adulthood. This has been a terrible and stressful year for anyone anyway. And then suddenly people are going to be decided, they have their futures decided and their whole life path potentially downgraded by an algorithm. As Curtis said to us, he did fine out of the process. He wasn't disappointed, but he had friends in tears marked down 2 or more places, basically because of the algorithm, and whose life chances suddenly look very different when they walked into the school to when they walked out. We do not have time enough for me to summarize to you the hundreds upon hundreds of emails that Foxglove received from devastated kids and their parents because their whole futures were suddenly thrown into disarray because of this incredible policy failure resulting from the design of this grading algorithm. That leads, I suppose, into the second question, which is, well, was this legal? Our position, of course, was that it wasn't. And I guess the government ultimately agreed with us because they caved and U-turned. And I suppose, in general, what I would say, there are a lot of kind of specific points that we made in our judicial review letter, but I want to step back a minute and talk to everybody about the relationship between these systems and something called judicial review. You may have heard Priti Patel, Dominic Cummings, and some other people in the government recently say, oh, judicial review is only used by activist lawyers to defend shady people. And I suppose by saying activist lawyers, they mean people like us at Foxglove. What you should know is that judicial review is for everyone. It preserved fairness for thousands upon thousands of students across the United Kingdom when the government sought to deploy an unfair system that threw those futures into disarray. So when the government says that they're going to come for judicial review and that it's only used by activist lawyers for the unprivileged, that's wrong. But we need to be very careful before we go and we touch that system. Anyway, so what happens when you build these systems that are essentially permissionless, right? Ofqual like to say, oh, well, we ran a consultation process, but that's a very expert system, very codified experts who have massive levels of already insider information participate in those processes. The general democratic public don't really know about them. They don't submit consultation responses. They are not statisticians. And quite frankly, they shouldn't be required to be. The fact that Curtis had 250,000 signatures on his petition, I think, speaks for itself. It shows that there was no democratic assent to algorithmic grading in the first place. So the idea that people were taken and that there was democratic assent to the practice, I think, is just rubbish, frankly. But as a result, right, of in this and other areas, these essentially permissionless algorithmic systems being built and used, you get systems that upon outside analysis have very real legal problems. And as I said, we said there were a bunch of legal problems, but I just want to focus on 2. One is about what the powers of government and the government bodies in question who do the testing are. And what we said in our JR was basically, look, off-qual is supposed to, at its core, what's it about? It measures individual achievement. That is what it is set up by law to do. This system scraps that whole idea and basically says, in replacing your individual assessment, we're just going to use a kind of curved algorithmic grade based on the historical performance of your school. We said that you don't have the power to do that. That's not what the statute setting you up says you can do. Therefore, it's unlawful. You have overreached the powers set out to your body under the law. And then the second one, and forgive me for this, because I think people hear the words data protection and they just imagine a kind of officious person with a clipboard going around and wagging their finger telling you can't do it, or God help us, all those terrible like cookie walls we had before we could read, GDPR is just like the reason we can't read the damn news anymore. That's actually not all it's about. It has several really important principles that protect all of us. And one of them, Article 22 of the GDPR, basically says if government or another body is going to make an automated decision about people that has significant effects, that's prohibited unless there are a series of important safeguards in place. So we said, listen, there are none of those safeguards in place. There was no meaningful process that people can challenge this. And so it also violated data protection law. There were a bunch of other arguments about why it was potentially unlawful. But ultimately, as I said, rather than our even having to issue proceedings, that's formally filed the claim, they basically caved over the very, very, very long weekend in which all of this debate was unfolding. But again, stepping back, I guess the final point I would say again is these systems are everywhere now. The grading algorithm, I suppose, was the first moment that it kind of broke into the national consciousness that this is a problem. But at Foxglove, we have set up to investigate and challenge these systems. And they're in benefits, they're in policing, they're potentially in social care. And we need to have a much more deep and thorough democratic debate and legal scrutiny, frankly, of the systems before we go further with them in public life. And then my final plug, and then I'll let somebody else speak. We have a new job ad up for somebody to come and work with our new team. So I would encourage you, if you are interested in these issues and you care about fairness in these systems more broadly, to go to our website and check out that job posting. And if it is for you, then please do apply.
Thanks for that, Corey. And that's a fantastic plug and sounds like a fantastic job. So I'm going to be presumptuous and assume that an algorithm was appropriate in this situation and also that it was legal in this situation, and then start digging into what did the algorithm actually do, recognizing that we may not be sure on those first 2 points if they're actually true. And I'd love to hear from you, Sophie, just a little bit in the weeds about how the algorithm worked and how it was intended to work. And then, your thoughts as you were reviewing the algorithm and sort of considering the role it was meant to play, your reflections on the extent to which the statistical model and sort of underlying system itself reflected the sort of moral imperative of the project.
Yeah, so I guess the first thing to say is that the aim of the algorithm was to predict what students would have got in their exams had they taken the exams at the end of the year, whilst attempting to maintain the standards that we've seen in previous years and not lead to a large amount of grade inflation, which is why Ofqual went with an algorithm rather than just using centre assessed grades, which is what schools and teachers submitted to Ofqual in the first place, alongside a rank order. Now, what the algorithm did wasn't to directly predict a student's grade, but to predict a grade distribution for each school separately. And the way it did that was by using historical data about that school's performance in the past, combined with some data about the prior performance of this year's students. And so at that point, they would have a grade distribution that says roughly, for instance, 8% of your students should get an A*, another 5% should get an A, and so forth and so forth. How that's turned into a grade for each student was using the rank orders of the students that they asked schools and teachers to submit. So effectively, they asked teachers to submit an ordering of their students from top to bottom for a subject. And this was used to map students onto the grade distribution. At this point, each students have a grade, but that's not actually where it ends, because then their ordinal grade, A, B, C, D, etc., was converted into a pseudo-numerical raw score. in a slightly questionable way, because there's a lot of kind of statistical issues with converting an ordinal score into a pseudo-numerical score. But the reason for doing this was to attempt to standardize the grades on a national level. So effectively what happened is that students were then ranked nationally using these pseudo-numerical scores from top to bottom in order to reset the grade boundaries. And this meant that students' grades at this point could still go up or down a grade level. And this wasn't actually, so this is broadly how the algorithm worked, but the other thing to point out is that for small schools, a different process was used. So if there were only a small number of students in a school taking a subject, instead of relying on the algorithm, those students got their center assessed grades. And this is where a first piece of unfairness starts to creep in, because the center assessed grades tended to be higher than the grades predicted by the algorithm. And so small schools here would be at an advantage compared to larger schools, because students there would tend to get higher grades. And this becomes particularly problematic because small schools in the UK are often more likely to be independent, well-off schools. Another issue with the algorithm that I'd like to highlight is in the accuracy of the model itself. So they did attempt to assess how accurate the model was by effectively taking 2016 to 2018 data and attempting to predict the scores of 2019 students and compare that with the scores that students actually got in 2019. And the accuracy they obtained using this model really wasn't very good. It was 60%, which, you might say, okay, that's better than, this is not too low, but if you're going to use that to then allocate grades to people, I'd say that's really not high enough. Alongside that, there were issues with the way that they validated the model in the first place. So as I mentioned, in the 2020 model, they used the rank orders submitted by schools, and that was a really important part of how students got their grades. But in 2019, schools didn't submit a rank ordering of their students before they took exams. So what Ofqual did instead was to use the actual rankings of students from their actual 2019 exams and put that into the model instead, which means that effectively they're overestimating the accuracy of that model. And a really important part of the 2020 model, the use of these rank orders submitted by schools, wasn't actually tested in the first place. Which is an issue anyway, because it's making a huge assumption that the rank orders submitted by schools were really accurate and unbiased, and we can't know if that's true or not. Another issue I'd like to highlight is just that the model doesn't really account for variability in performance year on year. What I mean by that is that in some schools, performance might actually be quite stable from one year to the next, but in others, it might vary a lot from one year to the next. You might have several years in a row where no students get an A star, and then maybe the next year, 3 of them do. And this kind of variability year on year is more likely to be seen in more disadvantaged schools. And it also leads naturally to more uncertain estimates for what the grade distribution might look like in that school. But the model did not in any way account for the uncertainty around the estimated grade distributions, which I think really introduces yet more unfairness to the algorithm. And I guess on a more general point around the model, what we're doing here is attempting to predict the grades of students from historical data of other students that are presumed to be similar to these students. And I guess there's a big question about whether or not that's at all fair, and in what circumstances that's actually something that you should be able to do. And I think my general point here would be that whilst maybe there might be a reason to use that kind of model for prediction, here what we're talking about is allocating actual grades to students based on the performance, not their own performance, but the performance of other students. And I think that's deeply unfair. If we are going to be attempting to predict the grade of students, it really should be based on their own performance.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that connects to Corey's point about Ofqual's role, which is meant to assess individual performance and not predict based on historical data what Ofqual may think that a group would do in an exam if they sat it. Yeah, that's really helpful. Thanks, Sophie. And Stian, I mean, I recognize there's a bit of palace intrigue between RSS and Ofqual. And while I think that's interesting, I think it'd be better to hear from you about how we have this ecosystem of organizations with different expertise engaged with the government in different ways. what would it look like to you if the government, when it was rolling out these kinds of systems, or hopefully considering very thoughtfully these systems before rolling them out, what would it look like to have effective, holistic engagement across sectors and with institutions like yours that are meant to influence and support better decision making?
So I guess my watchword here would be that what we really need is more transparency. And I think if we kind of go back to the specific problems that Sophie identified, that casts some light on what needs to happen to make this kind of thing work in the future. And I think if you look at those problems, there were some problems of like statistical method, the kind of the really technical problems about the back testing not being done correctly, and so forth. There were some bigger problems, some more philosophical problems about the choices that were made that went into the model. How much grade inflation to tolerate versus how much individual unfairness, for example, or how much kind of socioeconomic unfairness to bake in as a result of the decision made over small test centers. And that was that's in some ways not a statistical question. That's an issue about the model design and the parameters that go into a model like this. And then there was a kind of what you might call a failure of commissioning. And this was something that I think came out when the Education Select Committee quizzed Ofqual on the 2nd of September. The question of, was this really the right method at all? Ofqual were told to go and design an algorithm to do this grade adjustment. There comes a point where an algorithm isn't the right tool for this. And Ofqual said that actually their preference was to actually sit the exams. Or potentially another thing that could have happened is people could have not been given grades, or could have been given a kind of a specific 2020 set of grades that weren't comparable with other years. And it's that question when you tell someone to go and design a model, they come back and say the model is going to be deficient in the following ways. There needs to be a process where you can take a rain check and say, well, in that case, maybe we need to take a bigger strategic decision to change things. So there's kind of those problems, the statistical problems, the problems of the trade-offs in the design, and the kind of strategic problems about whether an algorithm is the right thing to do. And I guess all of those can be answered, or you're more likely to answer those successfully if you have more transparency in the process. So right back when all this started, back in April and May, when it became clear that exams wouldn't be held, the Royal Statistical Society was saying to Ofqual and publicly, as much as possible about the methodology, the algorithm needs to be made public now, not when the grades are released. And although you might not have solved some of the intractable problems, you would have either had to tolerate some grade inflation or some inaccuracy. At least we could have had a discussion about those things now. And to the extent it revealed problems, we could have put in place mitigating things to avoid some of the human misery that resulted from the system. So, for example, if we'd known that there would have been a lot of inaccuracy in the system 3 months beforehand, as people were suspecting but couldn't prove because we didn't know what the algorithm would do, we could have had a different appeals process. UCAS, the University Admissions Authority, could have changed their admissions timetable so that people could have said there would have been time for a fair appeals process, and you wouldn't have had the system that has now arisen. Second order effects could have been predicted. So one of the kind of less talked about victims of this whole process is young people who are sitting their A-levels in the coming year, because they are going to be looking to apply for university or apprenticeships or other post-18 opportunities, competing with a lot of people from this year who have somewhat inflated grades, and they've had a year or more of disrupted education. Had we had more of a public conversation about this earlier, we could have thought about that. We could have discussed it. But now, the government did make a U-turn, which was a good thing. But it was too late to address those kind of problems, which are now going to come home to roost over the next 6 months, the next year, the next 2 years. So I guess in terms of what does that mean practically? I think there are 2 practical things that we can do, and 2 practical ways of getting outside bodies, whether that's the RSS, the broader community of statisticians, or other people involved. The first is to make sure that when public bodies are using statistical techniques, algorithms, that there is a presumption of openness. The amount of openness that is applicable is always going to depend slightly on the process that's happening. But the idea of openness was not something that, as far as we can see, was foremost in Ofqual's mind. And we had to push very hard for it. That was amplified by the Education Select Committee, but it's felt like it was a new idea to a lot of people, so it didn't carry the day. So the first thing is that presumption of transparency. The other thing is making sure that experts on statistical methods and algorithms can work with government to help them come up with a really robust process for how to do this kind of thing in the future. Because, I mean, there are going to be algorithms and statistical methods used in government in the future. That happens already now. The question is how to do it so that these kind of problems are avoided. And the kind of things that I would be looking to put in place are some really clear guidance about the commissioning process for these models, how the assumptions are determined, and how the problems are fed back to the people at the top of government who are putting it together. That's certainly something that seemed to have been problematic. The second thing is to set some rules around transparency and a principle, a presumption of transparency, so that if you're not being transparent, you're giving a reason for it. It's by exception, rather than just assuming that everything will be secret unless someone chooses for it not to be secret. Part of our row over non-disclosure agreements with Ofqual, which I won't go into. And then the third thing is what you might call quality assurance. One of the really mystifying things is that even when Ofqual had cranked the numbers in the days before results day, it's not really clear who in government knew quite how big a problem was coming their way. And that is something that can partly be addressed by making sure there's a robust quality assurance process within government. This is something that government actually, about 10 years ago, spent a lot of time thinking about for commercial financial models in response to things like the West Coast mainline franchise crisis. I think there's a similar question of how we kind of make sure that you have those honest conversations about algorithms so that these things don't act as nasty surprises in the same way. And I guess I just finished by saying, well, how can you do that? One thing that seems clear from this process is there were people within government who wanted to do the right thing and who not quite blew the whistle, but sort of said, look, there are problems here. Transparency gets you part of the way, but I do wonder if we need something like a standard, a kite mark, that can be applied to specific processes that can be designed with outside input from people who know about algorithms and statistics, and that then provides a set of rules, processes, and guidance for how to do these things properly, to make sure that democratic voice is included, but also to make sure that there is enough space for people on the inside to push back when they know that something's wrong. So I think that is one way to help address these problems and make sure that when this happens next, it might not be in education, it might be in policing, it might be something to do with benefits, it might be something to do with migration, but to make sure that we don't have another algorithm fiasco.
Yeah, thanks, Stian. That's really helpful and I think specific in terms of imagining how the system could be managed with more accountability. Though I will say, sort of the number of U-turns, if you do enough U-turns, I think you start going in circles, which is a bit how it's felt these past few months. And I think, I mean, that sort of gets me, before we talk about sort of specifically, systemically, how we might imagine designing accountability systems and infrastructure for government to just be better at considering its options and making good choices and allowing for correction over time as people are heard from. I mean, I'd love to hear from you all about how several of you mentioned sort of public conversation and the importance for public engagement. But when a government seems to be attempting to just survive the news cycle, as opposed to sort of consider a more robust sort of type of public engagement where we could have these conversations in a way that was focused on a goal that we were all trying to work towards, and then sort of have the government come up with ideas and suss out the extent to which those ideas are acceptable to the public and legal feels also quite important. And I'm wondering sort of how you all see just the bizarreness of this year and how chaotic everything is, sort of how we think about what we want to see the state do in relation to public consultation. I think the public is obviously an important part of public policy, but this year is, particularly particularly fraught in terms of the speed that they're expected to act, in terms of the sort of the complexity of the challenges that the general public is facing. And so I'm just curious, I mean, if any of you have thoughts on sort of, given the complexity of this year, how the government should be doing public engagement, and what would that look like if it was done in a more meaningful way than how it feels like it's been done, which is on sort of the front page of newspapers.
I think there was time with this one actually to get it right, exactly the way that Cian said. Of course, the kind of crisis of it unfolded over a very short period, but the consultation process could have been designed very differently. And if somebody had just taken a look at it, and indeed, I imagine people did see this, but their arguments didn't carry the day, and say, listen, you are going to have a fairly significant political backlash on your hands when people realize that their kids' life chances have been determined algorithmically, and actually that's something that is a non-trivial political risk to you. Actually, somebody might then have thought, well, actually, let's redesign this. I think I don't know, because I wasn't involved in the conversations in the first place. I just brought the judicial review out. But as far as I can tell, somebody basically just said, look, yes, these are potential problems, but we've got to reduce grade inflation at all costs, and I suppose just hope that people would accept it. And that was in many ways, that's not a technical problem. That was a dramatic political miscalculation. But across the board, I think it depends on the system, Alex. I think the emergency has been used to excuse a lack of, as Cian said, transparency, but also meaningful debate and democratic engagement across the piece. But this isn't the first such system to be built or rolled out. It probably won't be the last. It's simply the one, I suppose, that punched through into the national consciousness in a major way and hit people with more political power than, say, people at the sharp end of a predictive policing system. But actually, what I would like to see, and what Foxglove would broadly urge the government to do, is to look to examples from, let's say, some American cities who have said, before a public body is to acquire such a system that has a meaningful effect on lives and outcomes in people's lives, that you've got to take that question, not just the how question, which matters. I think we do need to have room for statistical experts, but the whether question to people, and say, is this a system that garners democratic assent at all? Until that first order question has been asked and answered, I really think many of these other things shouldn't arise.
Stian, you want to jump in?
So I guess one of the things that's interesting here is there are a number of different types of ways that we can try and ensure that this kind of public policy process generates the right outcome. So one is public discussion and democracy. Another is legal safeguards and rights. And a third is procedural improvement and kind of institutional quality. And I kind of think we probably need a little bit of all three, because if we just rely on democracy and public debate, I could imagine a world in which in which we get the wrong answer, because this is the effects that this process would have were very non-obvious. Some of the things that government would claim, some of the priorities that government kind of stressed in the process, which led to the problems that we're in, were things that I think are quite popular and government had a strong mandate for, like restricting grade inflation. It wouldn't be what I would have prioritized, but at the same time, it's something that it's a strong political priority for a government that got elected with a kind of pretty large majority, and there's always the risk that they could have got that across. And similarly, I think when I look at the government's decision to make the U-turn, I don't know what was in their mind, but I imagine the fact that we had people looking to take this to judicial review because the legal system gives protections to people against unfairness did help. And maybe they would have been more willing to just brazenly tough it out if they knew that they might not be overturned from a legal point of view. So I sort of think probably any answer's got to have some element of transparency in public debate. That might not always work. It's got to have some element of good legal rights to protect people, but we can't just depend on the law, not least with some of the events we've seen in politics in the last few days. And it's got to have some investment in the processes and institutions. We can't depend on any one of those three, but we kind of need all three together.
Yeah, interesting. I think when we if we answer that whether question, because Corey, I think that's a really great way of framing it, and then we sort of get into sort of an outcome-focused process, Dean, as it sounds like you're recommending in terms of how we think about these issues. I'd love to sort of zoom in on this idea of a commissioning process that's more robust and more effective. And I'm wondering, maybe Sophie, if you could say a little bit about what would it look like for the government to say, we want to design an algorithm for this, shall I say, specific and limited purpose that is targeted and has these constraints, and this is sort of the risk tolerance that we accept, and this is the process around it. Hello, firm, hopefully who is not run by someone previously in government. Could you tell us a bit about what you how you would handle this process? So like, what would it look like for there to be a really good commissioning process so that then data scientists could go around and sort of build the thing that actually would contribute to those outcomes?
Yeah, actually, I think probably one of the most important parts of what a good process like that could look like is for there to be a very clear process for those experts that they're consulting to be able to say, no, actually, what you're trying to achieve isn't possible. Because I think a lot of the time there can be a tendency, once you're already going to those experts and asking for them, like if you're already saying, this is the approach we want to take and here's what we're willing to accept, sometimes the answer will be no, but a lot of the time that's met with a kind of, I don't want no, I want a solution. And part of what's needed here, or part of what would have been useful, at least in the context of the A-level and GCSE debacle, would have been for someone to say, you know, I just don't think an algorithm is the way forward here. Can we consider the other options? If you look at the amount of data they had available for prediction, because the examination structure changed in 2015, they didn't have that many years of data to go off in the first place. So it wouldn't take, I think most data scientists would look at that and say, well, I'm not really sure you have enough to go on to do something as robust as what you would need.
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, it goes back to that weather question. Do you feel like data scientists, and I'm curious, Stan, your view on this too, do you feel like data scientists are gaining confidence in being able to say you're trying to solve a political problem with a math problem? Or is there sort of, is there a spirit in growing in the data science community of saying we are not, this is above our pay grade, this is not gonna go well?
Ooh. Maybe in some places, but I think sometimes there's also a brazen kind of we can solve anything attitude that can happen. And also I think for a lot of data scientists, at least working in industry, they already have those problems saying no to their own bosses who aren't necessarily kind of statistical experts. So I think it's still definitely a challenge for the data science industry as a whole.
I think it's partly a problem caused by unfamiliarity of a lot of the people in power with what statistics and data science more generally can and can't do. So when I was in government, I spent a lot of time trying to get quantitative methods and data analysis used appropriately in good ways, but it's a kind of, you need to build it up very gradually. You need people to sort of say, well, we can, this is an analysis we can do. Then you need people in government to go, okay, well, that's kind of useful in some ways, but not useful for us in other ways. So then you need to iterate and iterate and iterate again. And sometimes that just takes time and learning process. Yeah. And I guess Ofqual probably didn't have that.
Yeah, interesting. So, I mean, setting aside this very constructive perspective on how we make things better, what do you all think should happen now? I mean, there obviously needs to be some level of accountability. Sort of just saying whoops feels insufficient. Is there sort of a set of steps that you feel that the government should take, both in terms of what is owed to many of these young people who have gone through a really traumatic experience, or sort of how are you all thinking about not just from a political side, but also from sort of a collaboration side when we think about these other systems being considered in other ways? What does it look like to actually hold accountable people within government that made significant mistakes in the last few months? Corey, I know you have opinions about this.
Look, I think it's sadly typical that the person who lost their job at the end of this was the woman, kind of, and not the most senior civil servant, when actually she took the hit for what was ultimately a political decision made by the ministers. No? I mean, isn't that just blindingly obvious? I think for me, that is obvious, and it seems to me that there are other people who are both more culpable and ought to have been held more accountable. But looking forward, I think I and Fox Club are not going to spend any particular energy on calling for various heads to roll, even if that might actually have been more, even if that might have been more just if I were the kind of TV judge who was passing on the whole incident. But more generally, I think what you want to see next time is an avoidance of this problem and the fear of outside scrutiny. Stian very politely didn't get into it, but I saw media reporting suggesting that statisticians who offered their expertise from his institution basically said, well, that's all very interesting, and we'd be perfectly happy to have that conversation with you if you would just kindly sign this 5-year non-disclosure agreement and agree to say absolutely nothing about the algorithm one way or the other. And not surprisingly, and these are people who are eminently qualified to help. And so, of course, they couldn't do that. That was not consistent with their kind of ethics and rules of practice. And they said, thanks, but no thanks. So there are some really basic issues there where, just how about just not do that next time? Don't be afraid of people telling you, no, you've got a problem. And I guess the last thing, and let somebody else get another word in edgewise, but there's this question about, what is the role of a data scientist? What is the role? It's in many ways very similar to what the role can be of a legal advisor, right? In theory, a legal advisor in government is not supposed to tell you about, whether your policy is a good idea. They're simply supposed to say, well, does this actually comply with your legal obligations? We've seen in the past couple of days that people have some opinions about some decisions that were made. But I think what perhaps ought to have happened in those conversations, either from the data advisors, the legal advisors, God knows, someone should have just said, you are walking in to a very significant policy disaster that is going to undermine not simply the objective that you have of limiting grade inflation. The kind of irony of this thing is that the algorithm is now going to lead to a greater uptick in grade inflation because it's rounded people up and not down. But also it's going to undermine your broader project, to the extent that you have one, of better and smarter data-driven government in general, right? Those of us who have sat through some of Dominic Cummings' 50,000-word blogs might be a little bit suspicious of the motives and the direction of travel on some of that. But I think Stian is right. There are certain areas where we could have more sensible data-driven government, right? But this is not what that's supposed to look like. It's got to be far more consultative than this. Far more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Sophie, go ahead.
Yeah, I would add from a more specifically within this debacle. I mean, we've talked a lot about the students whose grades went up or down, but then there's also impacts still happening on other people. So universities, for a start, having to deal with either having a lot more students to take in next year than they intended, or in some cases, a lot fewer students. And it's not that clear to me yet that there's really been that much support from the government in helping to make sure that universities are able to handle this. And then the other issue is with next year's cohort, who could really be at a disadvantage doubly, both because they've not had consistent schooling and because they probably will still take exams. And I know a lot of people are already asking, emphasizing how important it is that we actually start thinking now about what we're going to do come this time next year for those students. And I'd like to see that starts to be addressed sooner rather than later, and that there are contingency plans if they can't take exams. And at the moment, I'm not really seeing that.
Yeah. So we've got 2 minutes left. I'm wondering if we could just get one thought from each of you. If you could sort of shake and speak to someone in government that's been leading this process over the last 6 months, and have them take away one big thing that they should be learning from this process. I mean, we've heard various ones from you all, but I'd love to hear if there's sort of one really powerful, clear takeaway that you would give that civil servant. And we can start with you, Stian. I feel like you've got them lined up.
So if I had to do one thing that's easy to do and that government can do, it would be they should commission a proper sort of set of guidance processes for when government is using algorithms that would enshrine presumption of transparency and discussion. it would have a proper commissioning process, which importantly is to give people within the system the right to kind of holler when something is going wrong, and some kind of basic iteration rules on quality assurance to make sure that didn't happen, and then to encourage government to sign up to this and get, when they use algorithms, make sure they're accredited. If they are, then we'll know that they've been through this process. If not, then we will kind of have our big red warning light.
Yeah, thanks. Corey?
If I had to put it on a bumper sticker, it would just be "Don't compute first and ask questions later." But more specifically, I like the procedural the protections that Stina has described. I'd also like to see a review of the systems that we've already got, both at the kind of central government level and at the local level, because of course councils are doing some of these things as well. Foxglove also recently got the Home Office to scrap the algorithm it was using to process every visa application to the United Kingdom. Again, just a bit of external legal pushback and the thing just falls over. They are now supposedly engaging with us about that process. We shall see. But actually all of that should happen with all such systems, not only after you have collapsed in the face of a legal challenge or political upheaval.
Yeah, thanks. Sophie?
Yeah, I mean, I think largely what Stephen and Corey have already said, but transparency and communication, I think, are the key things that have been missing here. Making sure you're actually talking to experts and people who will be affected by your decisions from the offset could have made all the difference here.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, well, I am trying to pull up the questions that people have been peppering for you throughout. And I will do that in just a second. And actually, just a second. Okay. So we actually get a break now. So we get some time for them to compile the questions, and for us, I think, to stop staring singularly at a computer screen, which will be very exciting. So I'll welcome Tabitha back so she can sort of close this out. But thanks. This has been really, really great conversation, and I'm looking forward to sort of seeing what questions people have for you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so glad we did this. And I hope that there's a lot of people listening, because that was some great advice. And I think that we can take that advice whether we're in government or outside of government, because issues like this, you can see how they happen, or you can start to see how they happen. And it's really quite I was about to say terrifying, but I try not to use that word too often, but it is. And I really thought that was so helpful. So I will see you all soon. Please, if you have questions for these speakers, head over to the Q&A room where you'll be able to ask your questions, and Alex will make sure that they get answered. In about 14 minutes now, that will kick off, so everyone gets a chance to have a little bit of a break. And I will see you back here at 11 for the next session. Thank you very much. See you all soon.
me on? Tabitha, I'm afraid you're all on mute. So we're going to have to rewind that bit. You heard nothing. In fact, you did hear nothing. I will jump out, and if you could take it from the top, that would be brilliant.
That was brilliant. How lucky that we have Eleanor to help me do that. So I'm now going to welcome you back for a second time and lead us into our final session, because we look outside the UK to Taiwan. As the coronavirus crisis hit, Taiwan immediately identified digital initiatives as core to it beating the pandemic, swiftly mobilizing grassroots programs, and response showcases the digital government at its very best. It was reactive, engaged, and supportive. And at the helm is Audrey Tang, Taiwan's digital minister. When they were appointed in 2016, Tang was both Taiwan's youngest ever government minister and the country's first transgender minister. An acknowledged global thinker and an undisputed leader through the pandemic. We're delighted to welcome them to CogXtra. Audrey will be interviewed by the world's expert in interviewing, my idol Kara Swisher, co-founder and editor-at-large of Recode. She's just told me that she's launching a new New York Times podcast called Sway on September the 21st, so I'll be already looking forward to that. Kara, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Great. Take it away.
Thank you. Is Audrey there?
Hello.
Hi, Audrey. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
We have not met, but I do know a lot about all the things you're doing. And I think let's just dive right in, because we have a limited amount of time. And
sure.
We would love some questions from the audience as we're proceeding. We'll cover a wide range of things, but if anybody has any other questions, please put them in wherever you're supposed to put your questions, and then Audrey will answer them. All right, let's just start off with a sort of the bigger picture. One of the articles I read about you talked about Taiwan using democracy as technology. Can you talk about what that means?
Sure, certainly. So there's a saying that anything that we're born with is human nature, and anything that's invented after we're born is technology. And because when I was born, I was still under the martial law. There was no freedom of the press. And the first direct presidential election was in 1996, when I was already 15 years old. So for me, democracy is definitely a acquired thing. But because 96 is also the year that the World Wide Web became really popular, not just in Taiwan, but also around the world. So our first presidential election is combined with a online campaign as well. I was, online campaigning was one of the candidates who didn't win, by the way. But anyway, so what we're saying is that on the day one of the first presidential election, there is already the World Web hyperlinks. There was no hashtags, but there was, web link chains and things like that, GeoCities. And so because of that, the internet and democracy in Taiwan is the first generation of people, that's us, that can do both. And so instead of like hundreds of years of a proud tradition that we have to keep, in the subsequent years after the World Web gets introduced in Taiwan, our constitution went over more than 5 amendments. And even the Referenda Act, for example, underwent amendments as well. And all sorts of different participation technologies was then scaling the listening of the people, not restricted to uploading 3 bits every 4 years, which is called voting, by the way.
Okay, that's a good way to put it, voting. We call it other things in the United States right now, unfortunately. So talk a little bit about how in normal times the Taiwanese use technology and how it's integrated with the government, because it's been very slow moving here in this country. We do a lot of things analog, digital. Of course, we have things online, but it's not as integrated. So talk a little bit about how citizens look at it. You were talking about the idea is that it isn't government talking to citizens, it's listening to citizens. So talk about the uses of technology in that regard.
Certainly. So in Taiwan, we pride ourselves as offering broadband as a human right. That's the presidential promise from Dr. Tsai Ing-wen that we delivered, I think, as of last year. So anywhere in Taiwan, you're guaranteed to have 10 megabits per second, unlimited data connection at just 16 euros per month. If you don't, it's my fault personally. And because of that, and it's unlimited both ways, people can upload all they want. So there's a very vibrant culture of people essentially just live blogging, YouTubers as young as 10 years old and things like that. And I think one of the things that also distinguish Taiwan is that we have a single payer universal health system with its own IC card, so that when the COVID came, for example, we were able to do mask rationing very quickly because it covers more than 99.9% of not only citizens but also residents. And that's digital authentication is really the key of our early pandemic response as well, because people can feel safe that they wouldn't incur either a financial or a social burden when they develop something like COVID symptoms and go to the clinic, which is why we never went into a lockdown, but still successfully countered the pandemic with only 7 deaths so far.
So you feel technology is that way. I want to get to COVID in a second, but the idea of internet access as a human right, it is not widely seen that way around the world. So talk about why you think that is the idea that if you aren't linked into information systems, you don't have the ability to do these things?
Yeah, certainly. So I think that's because, as I mentioned, the first presidential campaigning was done partly by the internet, right? And so just like, for example, Estonia is a very similar situation. They literally wrote their constitution after the internet. And so it's very easy for people to, after being exposed to the culture of listening at scale that the internet offers, to demand the same of their politicians to respond in the here and now. And so I think that forms part of the Taiwanese culture. And also we're a bunch of islands, but the largest island, the main Taiwan island, suffered a lot from earthquakes and also typhoons, except for the past couple of years where we didn't really have typhoons, but we had that natural disasters all the time. And when the roads are broken, when all the pathways, the mountains slide and things like that, people rely on internet, on broadband technologies to not only keep each other safe and let each other know that they're safe, but also to coordinate rebuild projects, rescue projects, and things like that. That is also why the social sector has a very high digital competence, especially after the very large earthquake just around the turn of the century.
And so when you're thinking of it as a human right, the cost is keeping the costs low for people. That's a cost borne by government, correct?
Well, for example, when we're doing our 5G auction, we designed a market mechanism so that there's a lot of surplus money. And we specifically earmark this to the most rural, remote, under-resourced places, and then tell the telecoms that if you make your 5G infrastructure there, because for them, self-driving buses or ships is not a nice to have, it's actually a must have. And so for these more remote places, they actually enjoy what we call the sandbox, which is experiments on how the emerging technologies interact with the society and enjoy them more. And it has been the case actually since I was 12 or something, because back then we didn't call it broadband as a human right because we were still on dial-up. But the internet affordability has always been seen as part of the healthcare or education around the turn of the century. These are considered basic human rights.
So when you're moving into COVID, when you have crises like an earthquake or a natural disaster, talk a little bit about how it went into place and what and how the citizens worked with the government. There were a number of things. There was transparency, obviously, about medical information. There was an ability to communicate with the government. There's monitoring. So talk about each of those things. First, talk about transparency.
Yeah, certainly. So if the staff can help sharing my screen. Okay, right. So we call our digital social innovation in 3 pillars: fast, fair, fun, very easy to remember. And the transparency, which enable collective intelligence, is born of social sector. The equivalent of Reddit in Taiwan called PTT is run by the not-for-profit sector, actually just by a bunch of National Taiwan University students. And when Dr. Li Wenliang, the whistleblower from Wuhan, shared on their social media that there's, and I quote, 7 new SARS cases in the Huanan seafood market, it gets reposted, upvoted, noticed by the medical officers around at midnight, and the very next day, we begin health inspection for flights passengers from Wuhan. And so that basically showed that the governments trust the people to crowdsource the agenda for a emerging situation on a not-for-profit social media, and realize, of course, according to Civicus Monitor, this Human Rights Watch organization, Taiwan is the only country in Asia, if you count New Zealand, one of the only two in Asia Pacific that has a completely open in terms of freedom of speech and assembly and so on. And so the transparency is evident by this daily live stream of the Quint, the 5 medical officers, which all brief the people, but there's a toll-free number and also a chatbot that you can just dial and have a empathetic human being listen to all your questions about the coronavirus. And not only that, but also it's a listening device. So for example, when a boy called back in April saying that when you ration mask, I don't get to pick the color, or I have this pink, I don't want to wear pink, my schoolmates will laugh at me. The very next day on the live stream, all the medical officers wear pink medical masks. And Commander Chen Shizhong, the minister, even said that Pink Panther was his childhood hero. And so the boy became the most hip boy in the class. So that is a very quick iteration that shows radical trust and transparency from government to the people.
Okay, talk a little bit about finding out medical availability of everything, PPEs.
Yeah, sure. So as I mentioned, we do mask rationing based on our national health insurance card, but the visualization and the accessibility of the devices that shows the availability is actually not gov tech, it's rather civic tech. In Taiwan, we have government website that ends in something .gov.tw. For example, this is a participation website where you can do petitions and participatory budgeting. But for each digital service that the people don't like, they can just register the same domain, but with a O change to a 0. And just by the single letter to digit change in your browser bar, you get into the shadow government. That is always more fun. And then the call to action is to fork the government, important pronunciation, fork the government to offer useful initiatives and to make sure that, for example, when people don't know where to find PPEs, there's a young civic entrepreneur in the Tainan city that offered this map out of his own pocket that shows on the crowdsourced way, like Ushahidi, right? People mark which stores still have masks installed. The only problem, of course, is that I think he owed the Google Map API usage like $20K US by the second day. And so he had to take it off. But then the GovZero collective went into action and started searching for solutions. And because I'm part of them, I look at this map, I bring this to our prime minister, our premier, and he said, we need to trust citizens with open data. So now instead of crowdsourcing, starting early February, if you use your national health insurance card and swipe it on the pharmacy, you can just get the rationed mask. Nowadays, every 2 weeks, if you're an adult, it's 9. If you're a child, it's 10 medical masks. And the people queuing after you can look at you, swipe your NHI card, and expect the map to show the availability goes from 58 to 49. If it rather goes to like 70 or something, they will call 1922 right there and report that there is something wrong. And so because we released open data every few minutes, actually in the beginning, every 30 seconds, it's not just open data, but it's actually open API. And the open API enable not only maps, but also chatbots, voice assistants, and also analytics that shows that when we're ramping up the mass production from 2 million a day to 20 million a day, this is actually happening. And we co-create on the distribution mechanisms and work with convenience store that open 24 hours a day, for example.
All right. So the idea is to know where you can get them and to know where they're going up and down, so people are using it fairly. You say trust citizens with open data. This is an idea that you trust them to see where things are rather than be confused about it.
And also take their feedbacks, because there was a member of the parliament, the name is Gao Hong'an Nkao, who used to be VP of data analytics in Foxconn, so she knows something about data science. And then she, in a parliamentary interpellation, used another civic tech map that shows that even though that the distribution seems fair on a distance basis, it's actually not that fair if you count the rural places where using public transportation, what looks the same distance on the map is actually very different in terms of hours spent traveling to the pharmacy and things like that. And the commander, Minister Chen Shizhong, was enjoying very high popularity back then, but he never defended his policy. He just said, legislator teach us. And then we start co-creating the algorithm. And so she posted on Facebook the very next day saying that, so yesterday's interpellation become tomorrow's improvement. So it's also a co-creation, evidence-based policy-making tool.
Right. All right. And what about monitoring? Because this is critically important. It's the idea that you keep people digitally quarantined immediately, and actually enforcement is the issue. I mean, here in this country, there is no enforcement of anything at all, and it's from the top, unfortunately. But in your case, you're really enforcing these quarantines. So talk a little bit about that.
Sure thing. So our quarantine is called a digital fence. I may as well write that, the digital fence.
Okay.
So the basic idea is that when you come back from any foreign country to Taiwan, you are given two choices. You can either go to a quarantine hotel, which you are physically barred from leaving for 14 days, or you can, if you have your own bathroom in your home, apart from other people, you can also choose home quarantine. If you choose home quarantine, your phone is put into the digital fence. And if you don't have a phone, we give you a phone for 14 days. And the idea is that the cell phone communicates the signal strength with their nearby cell phone towers anyway. And through triangulation, they can very easily determine the rough location. So this is maybe like 50-meter radius. This is not very precise, but the idea is that people are very familiar with it because that's precisely the kind of technology that we send automated SMS in advanced earthquake warnings or in flood warnings when the typhoon comes. And so if they break out of the quarantine, it sends SMS not only to them, but also to the local household managers and police who will then show up to check your whereabouts. The idea is that for the 14 days, we do not collect new data. There's no new app to be installed. You don't have to turn on the GPS, but SMS will be sent. And people understand the privacy implications. That is to say, their whereabouts will not be monitored after that because we never declare an emergency situation. Everything has to be constitutional.
And so if they move, in real time, that's if they move out of the zone they're supposed to be in, which is their apartment.
That's right.
You're aware. And then how quickly do people respond? What is the response?
Usually within 1 minute. Because if you stay in your quarantine place, be it a hotel or your home, we pay you a small stipend, about $33 per day for 14 days. But if you break out of the quarantine, you're fined and you pay us back 1,000 times that. So you can fund 1,000 people in quarantine, I guess. But the idea is that the penalty is very severe. So people do not break out of the quarantine. And the same goes if their phone runs out of battery, for example, or if they do not respond to the chatbot inquiry, checking twice or thrice a day about their temperature and how they feel about the system, because their mental health, their mental well-being is important. So they can talk not only to chatbots, but actually to like professional care workers that care about their well-being in their quarantine home. And after the 14 days, of course, they're free as other citizens.
And the participation in saying how they're feeling or their temperature is required.
Of course. If you don't respond to those SMS for a while and your phone doesn't move for a while, then the police shows up.
And what is the rate of cooperation? Because one of the things, there has been the idea of having contact tracing and other things here. Nobody uses it. Nobody uses it whatsoever. How do you get people to use these things and think about them in a way they're being helpful?
Oh, this is not up-in though. Right. So the compliance rate is very high. And so the question to ask here is that whether people feel that it is a additional privacy intrusion. And the answer is yes. According to polls, when we first introduced the digital fence, and of course, very few people break out of the quarantine because the fine is astronomical. There were, of course, people questioning about both the constitutionality and also the privacy implication of the system. And we explain, of course, it's the telecom sending the SMS. We're never, tracking your whereabouts in this centralized system. There's 5 different telecoms collaborating in this digital fence. But basically, people still have their question. And because we never declare a state of emergency, of course, we have to answer to those parliamentary hearings and interpellations. So before the interpellation, I think the support rate is around 91%. And we thank the 9% for reminding us that we have to explain it in lay people's terms. And after the interpellation and public hearing, the approval rate become 94%. But we still, of course, thank the 6% for keeping us honest and accountable.
And then the information that there is used once 2 weeks is done, they're released from the fence.
Yeah, because we don't collect any extra data. The cell phone tower have your signal strength data anyway, and they do the log rotation on the usual basis.
Mm-hmm. And when you think about getting cooperation, the amount of cooperation, obviously your numbers speak for themselves in terms of how that's happened. Do you feel there's any trade-off? Were you worried at all about the idea of being able to use it for many other things?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. There's always this threat of like mission creep, right?
Mm-hmm.
People would also want to use triangulation to, for example, I don't know, care about people's who spend time alone in their home and their house needs renovation or whatever other proactive delivery that people may have in mind. Although I worry about it not a lot because none of the other uses are constitutionally approved. This is constitutionally approved only because we had a experience of barricading an entire hospital unannounced with no fixed termination date, a unexpected lockdown of lots of people in Heping Hospital back in 2003 when SARS 1.0 came. And the Constitutional Court ruled that it's barely thinly constitutional and charged the legislature to find better alternatives for the quarantining. And which is why we never went into a lockdown, because everybody above 30 years old remember how bad lockdowns were. And we don't do that here. And so because of that, this is ruled constitutional. But because every other use would not be constitutional, I'm less worried about it.
What about the idea of the information that you get out to people? You said you thanked the 6% who didn't cooperate, which is, most people don't do that. You don't thank them for doing it. So talk a little bit about getting good information to people and how that's done. And I know you do it in a funny way. You do all kinds of things with dogs and stuff like that. So talk about why you do it the way you do.
Oh, you want to talk about dogs? Okay,
sure.
please.
I knew you wanted to.
Yeah, please show the dogs. Okay, so this is the spokes dog of our Central Epidemic Command Center. The name is Zongchai, a Shiba Inu. And Shiba Inu is here reminding you that if you are indoor, you have to keep 3 dogs away and outdoor 2 dogs away from each other. Otherwise, you have to wear a mask. And the dog reminds you to cover your mouth and nose when sneezing, and remember to pre-order your masks. This is looking very cute. And why do you wear a mask? Because a mask protects yourself from your own unwashed hands. So that links mask use and hand sanitation together. And we have this spokes dog because, of course, this has a higher basic transmission rate as memes go, as compared to conspiracy theories. And because people will share whatever that alleviates their anxiety. And sometimes it travels on outrage, that's misinformation. Or maybe it's even deliberately constructed. For example, there was a rumor that says, and I quote, tissue papers are going to run out soon, and because they're all being used to make medical masks, so run out and buy, unquote. And people do panic buying, right? And then at the time, 2 hours afterwards, our premier, who you just saw his front side, shows his backside, wiggling his bottom a little bit, says in very large fonts, each of us only have 1 pair of bottoms. And it's a wordplay because in Mandarin, tuan, to stockpile, sounds the same as tuan buttocks. And so it's hilarious. People share it. It maybe has an R value of 5. If every hour, 1 person shared to 5 other people. And so it not only catches on the disinformation, but it also actually vaccinates against disinformation. Because once you laugh about it, you literally cannot feel outrage about the same thing. And it's much more likely they will then remember that medical masks and tissue papers are made out of different materials, medical masks from domestic and the tissue papers from South American materials. And so this is what we call humor over rumor. And the humor over rumor makes sure that people can communicate and remix in however many languages or many other cute mascots that they have, instead of a very dull communication style from the government.
So when you're thinking about this humor over humor, misinformation, mass and disinformation, 2 different things. Are one is direct.
One is intentional and one is unintentional.
It's really, it's sort of the engagement becomes enragement, and the idea of it. How do you combat the misinformation, because it comes flooding over social networks and everywhere else? So how do you look at it, especially we're in a COVID right now, we're undergoing in the United States, anti-vax people, we're sort of gearing up for the anti-vax people to take over social networks. So talk about how you you're going to be moving in to get vaccinated at some point in the next several months. So how are you thinking about that?
Well, the doc can remind you that this is a physical vaccine. And if 3/4 of people take the physical vaccine, we can keep the R value under 1. So if people do that, and people do that in Taiwan, we are less pressured to get everybody vaccinated on the biological vaccine. There is a more gradual piece of understanding, right, of basic spreading basic information. And the other thing that's going around, which I would like to highlight, is this network that we collaborate with people. So how do we know which trending disinformation are in place so that we can respond on average within 1 hour? This is another example, which was a popular rumor that says perm your hair will be subject to $1 million fine. And our premier said it's not true. I may be bald now. I will not punish people who look like my youth. What we did is a labeling requirement. However, if you perm your hair many times a week, you will not damage your pocket, but it will damage your hair. Just look at me for what will happen to your hair, and so on. So this really is very funny. And how do we make sure that people understand that this is a trending rumor and then overtake it with humor? We rely on, again, the GovZero project called COFAX for collaborative fact-checking. That is to say, before it makes its rounds on the public social media such as Facebook, it first makes rounds around end-to-end encrypted channels. In other countries, maybe WhatsApp. In Taiwan, it's called Line. And in the Line communication network, we rely on people who long press anything that they suspect is disinformation and forward it to the bot that is, to say, the COFAX bot. And so just like reporting and flagging spam to Spam House, eventually it gets what really is trending, even before it makes its way into a more public social media. And we work with international fact-checking network, including Taiwan Fact Check Center. There's also something called MigoPen. So we have 2 members of the Pointer IFCN in Taiwan to basically do the fact-checking. And we make sure that every time we see any trending disinformation,
so let me see a few of those.
Yeah, for example, there was one just right before our election that says, and I quote, Hong Kong thug compensation exposed killing a police earns teenagers up to 20 million. It doesn't say which denomination of money. But anyway, so that was a disinformation that was making the rounds. And then the fact checkers in the TFCC checked that photo to a Reuters photo. So it was a real photo. But the Reuters caption says nothing about being paid or about murdering police, right? This is a very ordinary thing. And the alternate caption, which says that this 13-year thug bought new iPhones, game consoles, recruiting his younger brother, is, of course, intentional. This is disinformation, not misinformation. And because we don't believe in administrative takedowns, we can't and won't take down just from the administration. That's a judicial branch thing. And so we use instead notice and public notice, making sure that everybody that sees this on social media comes with this small footnote to it. Before you click share, it will remind you that this alternate caption is sponsored and designed in the Weibo account of the Chinese Communist Party's central political and legal unit. So basically, the state-sponsored propaganda. So it's okay for people to keep sharing it, but remember that this is foreign-sponsored propaganda, and that is our playbook, working both with the social sector on one side and also with professional journalists on the fact-checking journey.
Well, one of the issues that we've had here in this country and other places in the United States and elsewhere is the amount that's coming through. So how do you deal with the flood of information and then the reticence to even label things? I think that's just a recent trend in the United States, at least, the idea of labeling it and who decides who labels it. How do you think about that because our government just doesn't get involved whatsoever, but talk about the ideas of not taking it down yet giving people fair warning, essentially.
Right, it's about contextualization.
Right.
And in Taiwan, we have, according to Dr. Tsai Ing-wen on her first term as president now, but in her first term's inauguration speech, she said, before we think of democracy as showdown between opposing values, but now democracy must become a conversation between diverse values. And the conversation between diverse values, basically common values out of different positions, is why we deploy AI-powered conversations. Because when we say social media, many people think of the more polarized part of social media, which I call anti-social media, by the way. And then we can also construct pro-social media that is more pro-social. And so this was a real conversation back in 2015 around UberX. And Uber was a legally operating with rental cars and so on company back then. And then it introduced a extra line called UberX. I think the X stands for, not having a professional driver license. And then it creates a lot of tension, right, in a society. And people begin labeling each other. Like people says, Taiwan is not catching up with the Taiwan's not sharing economy. The other people said, if you're not carpooling, this is not sharing economy, and things like that, right? And so because of that, we used Polis to show people in relation to their friends and families what their feelings are among the people they know and love. So these are not nameless trolls or enemies. These are your friends and families, just you didn't talk about Uber over dinner. And then it shows the facts and allocates 3 to 4 weeks for people to just resonate with each other's feelings. So when we meet face to face and live stream to ideate, the best idea are the one that takes care of the most people's feelings, which then we turn into regulation. So this is Polis in action. We use it now very regularly. We have polis.gov.tw. And then basically this shows one feeling from your fellow citizen. I think passenger liability insurance is very important. If you agree, you move toward me. If you disagree, you move farther away from me. And then you see the next of the remaining questions. And then you keep pressing agree or disagree. But there was no reply button. So with no reply button, there's no room for trolls to grow. You can't attack me because there's no reply button. You can just offer your feelings for other people to reflect. And then we always end up with this shape. This may be the most important slide that I'm going to show this talk. We have the usual labeling, the ideological statements and so on here, and which is institutional media and also anti-social social media likes to focus on. But also people discover that we're at the same polity after all. People agree with most of the neighbors on most of the things most of the time. It's just it wasn't given air time by media and also by more anti-social social media. So this was another conversation, not in Taiwan, in Bowling Green, Kentucky, whether people identify as Democrats or Republican, where they stand on those ideological issues. Everybody agree in that particular city, instead of science, technology, engineering, and math, it needs to become STEAM, that is to say arts are vitally important. And nobody disagrees with that, as you can very clearly see. And so these are the kind of rough consensus from the internet governance parlance that we can just work on and produce some running code, in this case, a code of law. So Uber is now operating as a legal taxi fleet, a Q taxi, but they and other taxi fleets are allowed to do, surge pricing and not painting their cars yellow and things like that. So basically common values that brings innovation that benefits everyone.
And how do you work with the companies? We're going to get some questions from the audience. We've got quite a few. When you think about the companies sort of running it versus the government, how much government intervention is required here?
Oh, this is open source software, so we run it on government premise. As I mentioned, the website address is literally polis, right, .gov.tw. If you go to polis.gov.tw, you see a running Polis instance, and we just concluded actually a Polis conversation around our ocean policy, which will be polis.gov.tw/ocean. So check it out.
So people get to participate in this without trolls moving in and manipulating the conversation.
That's right. And because this is run by the government, both the cybersecurity, the data safety, the possibility of opening data for independent analysis and audit are there by default. It is very simple to explain our algorithm. This is not deep learning AI. This is just k-means clustering and principal component analysis.
And how do you then balance it with the impact of social networks, private social networks?
Well, we engage, of course, the private social networks and share with them our societal norms. And so, for example, and I understand there's a lot of questions coming in, so I'll be brief. Right. So back in the mayoral election in 2018, that was the first time that the Control Yuan, the separate branch of the government, published the campaign donation expense as raw data, structural raw data. They always published it, but previously only in printed form. But they offer now as structured data, so everybody, independent investigative journalists, can do a campaign donors roster. And one of the analysis showed us that the social media advertisements were not accounted for in a campaign donation and expense. Which means that there may be, foreign interference just by simply paying a lot of social media campaigns to the, largest social media companies. So we go back to those social media companies and say, look, this is a norm in Taiwan. You need to treat advertisements for political issues and social issues during our election as campaign donations. In Taiwan, our campaign donations are published as raw data for people to analyze in real time. And you need to do the same. Otherwise, you just refrain from running political advertisements. And also our campaign donations only come from domestic sources and they have to declare themselves. We do not, as a rule, accept foreign donations to our presidential campaigns. And if they don't adhere to the Taiwanese norm, they may face social sanction. And social sanction actually is very effective, much more effective than legal sanction. And so foreign sponsored propaganda, campaign donation, and so on, I think Facebook choose to show the ads library in real time. I think the disclosure amount and rate is the best at that time as compared to any other jurisdiction that they work in. And Twitter and Google simply refrain from running political and social advertisement during our elections.
They do. Yeah. Facebook does not. All right. Let's ask some questions from the audience. Can Taiwan's system be duplicated anywhere, or could it have the same success if transposed to a different nation? That is an excellent question.
Very much so. And there is no fixed Taiwan model, right? We literally iterate on it every week, or if not every day. And so I think the basis of the Taiwan model is simply this very Buckminster Fullerian idea of, instead of fighting with the existing system, build a new system that will make the old one feel obsolete. And I refer to, for example, the presidential hackathon, which is deliberately set up for the Korea Public Service to share their best ideas and work with the social sector. If you show my screen, the presidential hackathon every year, out of 200 or so entries, for example, using assistive intelligence to detect water leaks or remote telemedicine, or to use the Pokemon Go-like game to get people to refill their bottles instead of buying more plastic and things like that. The champion teams received the trophy that's shaped like Taiwan with a microprojector underneath. And if you turn on the microprojector, it shows Dr. Tsai Ing-wen handing you the trophy and promising whatever you did in the trilingual team, the public, the private, and social sector teams in the past 3 months, we commit to make it national policy with all the personnel, budget, and regulation support in the next 12 months. So that's presidential power as hackathon prize. That's designed to promote collaboration from the front lines of the public sector. And so, of course, that sort of co-creative space is duplicatable, but whether it works or not relies on the basic transmission rate. If people who attend such hackathons, such co-creation sessions, and so on, can bring back some dog memes, I have to go back to the dog memes. Dog memes very important. That convince their respective community that co-creation really works. And then you will get more and more people endorsing this new ways of policy making, of collaboration. But if people get into a very good, like Habermas style deliberation and agree with each other and make a complete agreement, but they fail to bring it back to their respective communities, then of course that idea will not grow.
Okay. What are your biggest reflection takeaways on the pandemic?
Sure. If I can choose only one thing, I would say that wear a mask to protect you from your own unwashed hands. This idea is very much worth spreading because it doesn't talk about anything altruistic. This is a simple reminder to wash your hands with soap and referring to it as physical vaccine and have this spokestalk getting everybody physically vaccinated, I think contribute a lot to the success of Taiwan in dealing with the COVID.
Right. You also have to believe there's actually a problem. But that's one of the issues we face in this country. In terms of the COVID response, it seems the secret sauce might be open data. How do you go about collecting the right data for such a crisis?
That's a great question. Indeed, we have already a system in place to link, for example, the health insurance data to, for example, the travel history. It was just without a constitutionally authorized Central Epidemic Command Center. Previously, we wouldn't link those two together. But with the constitutional authorization, because when we do the procurement, we say when you do a system for the Taiwanese government, you must make sure that all the human readable and writable parts also have open API, that's a Linux Foundation standard, readable and writable parts as well. Otherwise, you'll be disqualified for being unprofessional and discriminating against robots. Well, we don't quite say that, but it's the same effect. And so because of that, our systems are more like Lego blocks, that they could be used in a way that is connecting after they're made, because they leave sufficient amount of open API and documentations in the cybersecurity defended perimeter with a good defense in depth design, so that those different systems can be linked together when the situation calls to it. It, of course, relies on very robust technology stack, a private cloud, if you will.
Okay. Oops. What tips would you give governments across the world to create a richer tech ecosystem?
Yeah, I think the first thing to understand is that instead of asking people to come to technology, bring technology to where people are. And this may be the most important lesson. If we ask people to download apps that may or may not work on iPhone and may only work on Android and so on, and that actually is greenfield code. It would be new technology that's invented after the pandemic and will feel like technology. But because all our measures, for example, our mask rationing is basically the same as a recurring prescription system for pharmacists. Our collecting the mask from the kiosk in the convenience store is the same system, the same experience of paying your income tax on the convenience store using the same kiosk. As I mentioned, the digital fence SMS warning is shaped the same as our earthquake and flood warnings. So the data collection works on the principles that people already understand and feels natural. And that creates the civic technologies ecosystem, because people are more willing then to use the co-created applications created by the civic tech people, because for them, it's just increasing inclusion and accessibility instead of collecting new data. This is very important to remember.
Okay. A lot of people distrust technology, which is a good follow to this. You are a fervent believer in open governance and civil society collaboration, civil society government collaboration. At the time of the crisis like COVID, how do you build trust with the public around that?
Yeah, this is a great question. I think, as I mentioned, with the Foxconn VP turned into a member of the parliament, this is a little bit like the Pygmalion effect, which is saying that the more trust the government has in the citizens, the more trustworthy citizens become. If we refresh the open data of mask availability instead of every 30 seconds, if we refresh it every day, then people would not be able to keep each other accountable when they queue in line. And that will show a distrust from the government to the citizens. So the more trust that you place to the citizens, the more trustworthy they become. And they also provide a way to essentially with less than a week for people with blindness, with color blindness and so on, to have access to voice assistants and chatbots and things like that. This is essentially like a distributed ledger that builds trustworthiness over time.
All right, I have a very last question. We don't have any more time for the audience, but thank you for all your questions for the audience. They're excellent questions. What would you say a mistake you made? What would you like to go back and correct if you look at what you've done? What's something you would for in the next crisis? Because you said you built on your SARS experience to this. What's the thing you think you need to work on more?
Yeah, for 48 hours back, I think around February, we wrongly said that in well-ventilated places, such as metro stations, you do not have to wear a mask if you're a healthy person. And that's the wrong message to send. Fortunately, people wore masks anyway, ignoring the CECC message. So we turned around and pivoted after 48 hours, saying, oh, sorry, we were wrong. You have to wear a mask anyway. It's recommended. And here is the rationing system and the map. And I think it is very fortunate that we corrected ourselves within 48 48 hours. If we take instead 48 days to change the official message around the mask usability, Taiwan may be in a much worse place than we are now.
All right. Well, I would love you to come to this country and fix things. That would be fantastic. Anyway, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Minister Tang.
Thank you.
And thank you for doing this interview.
Thank you. Live long and prosper.
That was great. Live long and prosper. That was a perfect way to end. And what a session! Thank you, Cara. Thank you, Audrey. I thought the point about trustworthiness was definitely something that we could take forward from across the full day today. But also, it's really refreshing to hear someone talk about a mistake they've made. And I think that again is something that we, hopefully those of you listening can share with other people who weren't here today to join us. But I think that there is so many lessons from the last 4 sessions, and especially that last one. I'm never allowed to say this, but really, my God, that was one of my favorites. So thank you very much for being with us this week. We will see you next week for our CogXtra on sustainability. Have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. See you soon. Bye.